it is a requirement under the City's Meeting Procedures Local Law 2013 to act in a courteous and respectful manner when in the council chamber. You are asked to show respect to anyone who is exercising their right to ask questions of the council and/or deliver public statements. I ask that respect extend to such people wherever they are on the city premises while waiting for or having taken their opportunity to ask questions or deliver statements. Also, under the local law, a person must not create a disturbance by interrupting or interfering with the orderly conduct of proceedings. This includes expressing approval or dissent by conversing or by any other means. Using personal electronic recording devices to record anyone or this meeting is also prohibited under the city's local law. I would also like to remind members of the public to show proper respect to the city's elected members and the staff during tonight's meeting. Tonight's meeting is going to be live streamed in accordance with the city's recording and live streaming of council meetings council policy. It will be live streamed on the city's website with the exception of any confidential items or periods of adjournment as determined by the presiding member. Tonight is not expected to have any confidential items. Cameras, though, have been positioned to minimize public attendance being filmed. However, by attending this meeting, members of the public consent to the possibility that their images may be recorded and be available on the city's website following the meeting. The official record of this meeting will be the written minutes kept in accordance with the Local Government Act 1995 and any relevant regulations. Before I begin, I'd like to also welcome Mr. Tom French, the member for Moore, who's in the public gallery. He's here attending the meeting tonight, and I believe he is supporting motion 2 from the gallery. So I first would like to welcome all electors of the City of Joondalup and other members of the community to tonight's annual general meeting of electors. This evening's meeting has been convened in accordance with section 5.27 of the Local Government Act 1995. On the 12th of January 2026, the City published public notices advertising the annual general meeting of electors through the following channels: the City's e-newsletter, the City's website and public notice boards, and social media platforms. The annual report was also made available for public viewing after the special meeting of Council held on the 16th of December 2025, where Council adopted the 2024-25 annual report. So before we continue with the official AGM proceedings, I'd also like to just take a moment to now pause and reflect on the life and the efforts of a man who chose to contribute his time and energy to serving his community. Many here today and others in the neighbouring local governments and political circles and community groups would have known Councillor John Hollywood, a man for whom being of service to our community was a priority and a passion. John was known for being a people person and extroverted who enjoyed helping and connecting people. Former Councillor Hollywood passed away recently, and we're saddened to hear this news. He was a councillor at the City of Joondalup for 2 years in the late 1990s, from 1997 to 1998. John then served as a City of Joondalup councillor for 6 years from 1999 to 2005. He gave his time as a Justice of the Peace for more than 3 decades, being available to help people in their times of need. He was passionate about environmental preservation, and he campaigned strongly about protecting the natural assets here in Joondalup. A poet and an author, John Hollywood is survived by his widow Kerry, who also served as a City of Joondalup councillor between 2006 and 2021. So on behalf of the City of Joondalup, I offer our deepest and sincerest condolences to Kerry and John's loved ones, his family and his friends. The city has lost a former colleague, friend and advocate who put the community and family at the forefront of everything he did. So thank you for serving our local community for so many years with honour, in energy, enthusiasm and dedication. So if you could all please join me in observing just a minute's silence in honour of the late John Hollywood. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We will now continue tonight's AGM proceedings. We've also just been joined by Freeman Mike Norman, who is also in the gallery attending tonight. So in attendance at tonight's AGM, we have the councillors of the City of Joondalup. We have Councillor Matthew Count, Councillor Philip Venchulo, Councillor John Chester, Rowan O'Neill, Russ Fishwick, the Deputy Mayor John Raftis, Councillor Rebecca Pizzi, Christopher May, Councillor Nige Jones, who's an apology for tonight, Councillor Denise Mercer, and Councillor Hutton is also an apology, and Councillor Adrian Hill. Moving then to the procedures which will be observed at tonight's electors meeting. Under Regulation 18 of the Local Government Administration Regulations 1996, it states that the procedures to be followed at electors meetings are to be determined by the person presiding at the meeting, which is myself, the Mayor. I will be using the City's Meeting Procedures Local Law 2013 as a basis for the procedures determined at tonight's meeting. In an endeavour to provide equal and fair opportunity to all electors to address the meeting, the procedures I have adopted for this annual general meeting are as follows, and they've been also posted on the City's website. As for participation, only electors of the City of Joondalup are entitled to speak and vote on motions at this AGM. Electors, for the purpose of this meeting, are those people who are on the electoral roll, or they may also be an owner of a property in the district. A person who is not an elected must not take part in any discussion at the electors meeting unless the meeting by resolution permits him or her to do so. A person who is not an elector, however, cannot move or second a motion. As to statements and questions, electors wishing to make a statement have a maximum of 2 minutes in which to make their statement. Electors will be offered another opportunity to make further statements of up to 2 minutes following all other electors being provided the opportunity to make statements. Electors will be offered an opportunity to also ask 2 questions at a time, and electors will be offered another opportunity to ask further questions following all other electors being provided an opportunity to raise questions. There will also be no adverse reflection on elected members or city employees, and should this occur, the statement or question will be ruled out of order and that elector will be asked to resume their seat. As to the section of tonight's meeting which is general business, where we deal with motions, any motions to be moved at the annual general meeting must have been received in writing by the City before 9 a.m. on Tuesday prior to the annual general meeting of electors. Preference will be given to those electors who submit motions in writing by the required time. Time permitting, if we don't go too long tonight, the Mayor may consider further motions from the floor. To give a fair opportunity to all electors in attendance, an elector can only move 1 motion at a time. As to debate on the motions tonight, any motions are to be moved and seconded before any discussion is to occur. A mover will then have 2 minutes to speak on the motion. There will then be a seconder for the motion who will also be given 2 minutes to speak. Following that, there may be debate on the motion. At the closure of debate, the mover of a motion has a right of reply for up to 2 minutes, and all motions will be decided by a majority vote of the electors present in the gallery tonight. As far as the debate, given that we have received 31 motions from the community, if there's no dissent on particular motions, we will need to try and cut debate short. So we'll have the mover of a motion speak, then the seconder. I'll ask if there's anyone who wishes to speak against a motion, and then we'll alternate between those people who are against and for the motion. And so if there's no one against a motion, then I will ask the person who's moved the motion to then return to the podium and then give their closing statement. The reason for that is that if we have a mover and a seconder all for 2 minutes each, and then a closure for a motion as well, that'll be 6 minutes per motion. We have 31 motions on the agenda, so it'll be at least 2.5 hours of motions from members of the public, excluding the first part of tonight's proceedings as well. As far as voting on the motions themselves, each elector present at tonight's meeting is entitled to 1 vote on each matter to be decided, but you are not required to vote, so you can abstain on motions if you choose. All decisions are to be made by a simple majority vote, so we will count the hands in the audience, and if there's a majority of those people who support the motion will be considered carried. Voting is also to be conducted that no voter's vote is secret. Any other procedures of tonight's meetings that are not defined will be determined by the Mayor as the presiding person of tonight's meeting. In exercising my discretion to determine other procedures, I will give regard to the City's Meeting Procedures Local Law. In addition to that, any motions that are passed at tonight's meeting will be considered in accordance with Section 5.33 of the Local Government Act, and they will be dealt with at either the next ordinary council meeting or the meeting following that meeting. So that will either be at the ordinary council meeting on the 24th of February or the ordinary council meeting to be held on the 24th of March. Given that we've now gone through all the procedures for tonight's meeting, we can then move to the video presentation on the contents of the 2024-25 annual report. A video presentation will now be shown outlining the events, activities and achievements of the City of Joondalup for the 2024-25 financial year. Thank you.
The theme of the City of Joondalup's annual report for 2024-25 is Sustainable Communities, balancing environmental stewardship, economic vitality, social well-being, cultural heritage and good governance, ensuring long-term quality of life for all residents. From global recognition in climate leadership to national awards in digital innovation and cultural excellence, in 2024-25, Joondalup continued to lead with purpose in shaping our city. Joondalup's sustainability efforts were celebrated at the 2024 International Association of Horticultural Producers World Green City Awards, where the city was the winner of the Living Green for Water category, as well as claiming the inaugural AIPH Youth Award. The city was also named a finalist in the Banksia Sustainability Awards, recognising our leadership in urban biodiversity and climate adaptation. The city's native plant giveaway saw 8,000 water-wise plants distributed to 1,300 households, helping create cooler, greener and more connected neighbourhoods. The city delivered a $60 million capital works program, which is transforming Joondalup into a city that is smarter, safer and better connected. Strategic infrastructure upgrades included improvements to the Joondalup Drive and Lakeside Drive North intersection and the $2 million Hillary Cycle Network expansion. Nearly $1.5 million in upgrades at Percy Doyle Reserve are strengthening local sport and social connection, and works have commenced on the renewal of the Malanda Boulevard footbridge to improve pedestrian access. Digital transformation has been a key focus for the city. The revamped corporate website was named a finalist in the 2025 Australian Web Awards, praised for its modern design and user-friendly experience. The city also launched Uptown Joondalup, a vibrant online guide to the best places to eat, shop and explore, supporting local businesses and strengthening our identity as a destination. The city's extensive program of events continued to enrich Joondalup's cultural fabric. The nationally awarded Joondalup Festival returned with the theme Embrace the Unusual, attracting tens of thousands of attendees and earning the title of Best Cultural, Arts and Music Event at the Australian Event Awards. The city celebrated emerging talent through the inaugural Young Musician of the Year Award and brought the community together with beloved events like the Valentine's Concert and NAIDOC Week, honouring First Nations leadership and legacy. In a testament to the strength of the city's advocacy and the effectiveness of its collaborative approach, almost $6 million in commitments were secured from state and federal governments in the 2024-25 financial year. The city launched the Expanding Horizons 2033 Economic Development Strategy, focused on revitalising the Joondalup City Centre, supporting local business and strengthening global innovation connections. Craigie Leisure Centre was named Community Facility of the Year, following a major refurbishment and a 56% increase in membership 4 years ahead of schedule. Construction began on the Duncraig Adventure Hub, a vibrant space for youth engagement and outdoor recreation, shaped by extensive community consultation. Progress continued on Ocean Reef Marina, with works underway on residential lots, Perth's first coastal pool and the establishment of new sites for the Ocean Reef Sea Sports Club and Marine Rescue Whitfords. More than 300 new citizens were welcomed from over 40 countries. At one of the nation's largest Australia Day citizenship ceremonies, the city reaffirmed its commitment to reconciliation through the development of a comprehensive reconciliation action plan, shaped in collaboration with the Reconciliation Action Plan Community Reference Group. The plan outlines 60 meaningful new and ongoing actions designed to strengthen relationships, foster respect, and create opportunities for First Nations peoples across our organisation and the community. Joondalup is a city that inspires pride, fosters opportunity, and reflects the strength and spirit of its community. As we look to the future, we remain committed to building a bold, inclusive, and sustainable city, and one where everyone can thrive. Together, we are shaping a Joondalup that not only meets the needs of today, but leads with vision for tomorrow.
Thank you for everyone's patience. So tonight's meeting has different parts to it. The first part of the meeting is to discuss the contents of the 2024-25 annual report. So in accordance with the Local Government Act, the Council adopted the annual report at its special meeting of Council held on the 16th of December 2025. So the first stage of tonight's meeting is to ask for questions relating to the annual report. Any questions of a more general nature raised tonight will be responded to in the next section. But those relating to the annual report that require a more detailed response will be taken on notice, and no discussion will be entered into at the conclusion of any response to questions. We've received written questions prior to tonight's meeting from S. Apps in Woodvale, M. Sidiris in Mullaloo, M. O'Byrne in Kinross, J. Shepherd in Kinross, M. Kwok from Ocean Reef, D. Allen in Kinross, and D. Lulford from Mullaloo. A register of persons wishing to ask questions in relation to the annual report has been given to me. So at the moment, there's been no one from the gallery who registered in advance. But does anyone wish to ask two questions on the, yes, the lady on the right, please. If you'd like to come down and state your name and address for the public record and ask your questions in relation to the annual report.
Woodvale. The annual report places a lot of heavily references the customer satisfaction survey. Can the city please confirm the number of residents actually surveyed?
Thank you. Director Parry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for the question. The actual number of residents surveyed was 601, which is the representative sample of the demographics of the city of Joondalup.
Ms. Apps.
Thank you for that. I refer to the financial sustainability score on page 4 of the annual report, the financial section. The report is surely considered a reliable indicator of performance, otherwise why include it? Over 80 is considered good, between 78 is considered sound. Since 21, the city has assessed the financial sustainability at below this. Last year, the score was 55. What is the city's anticipated financial health score for this year?
Thank you. Director Humphrey, would you like to answer the question?
Thank you for the question. Responding through you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'll have to take that question on notice and provide the information either through the next council meeting or otherwise. I wouldn't be able to calculate that off the top of my head. But as an indication, I would suspect it would be below 70, and we have a plan in place to restore it to the target range within the next 3 years.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the gallery on the annual report? Mr. Dickey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name's Martin Dickey, 620 Mews, Hillary's. Thank you for the annual report. I have a collection of these. I have a shelf full of them. And I've been perusing this one, digitally, which is efficient. The PDF's very useful. But I can't find the data that I've been using on energy consumption and renewable energy and GHG emissions, which the city has been reporting since 2011-12. I have a spreadsheet of those, so I've been able to keep a track of what's what and how well we're doing. But there appears to be no information in this current year's annual report. Could you direct me to it, please?
Thank you, Mr. Dickey. Director Parry, would you like to answer the question?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thank you very much for the question, Mr. Dickey. The information, I believe, is contained in the State of the Environment report, and I'll be happy to forward you a copy of that information for your files and records.
If you would, please. Thank you very much. I presume the same answer will come to the other item that seems to have been missed in the 2022-23 annual report. We reported on the percentage of canopy cover in the city. And since we carry on trumpeting the fact that this is a green and leafy city, the 12% that was reported in 2022-23 really should have increased. But again, I can find no reporting on that.
Thank you, Mr. Dickey. Director Parry, would you like to respond to the question?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for the question again. And yeah, we can provide further information on whether that canopy has increased during the past couple of years to you as well. Hopefully that's in the State of the Environment report as well.
Thank you. I look forward to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dickey. Are there any other members of the public who wish to ask a question on this year's annual report? In that case, I will close electors' questions on the annual report. We'll then move to statements on the annual report. We have a register of people who wish to make statements on the annual report, and we have one person who is registered. Could I call forward Ms. Tanya Maxt? And if you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you very much. Tanya Maxted. My address is 16 Marlandy Court, Woodvale. With rolling heat waves with temperatures of 43 to 50 degrees being experienced this summer, and so many bushfires as a result of rapidly accelerating dangerous climate change, we need to double our efforts on tree canopy and climate change mitigation, adaptation and resilience. We need to be planting double the number of trees each year that we currently see the amount that's being planted in the annual report currently, which lags seriously behind other councils such as City of Stirling. I urge the City of Joondalup to please acknowledge the climate crisis, that it's accelerating, it's getting worse. We can see that right across the country. We used to have one big fire crane come each year. One was called Georgia Peach, the other was called Elvis back in 2015, 2017. Now we have a whole fleet of bombers. We have so many aircraft fighting fires each year. We have so many dead and dying trees all over the City of Joondalup. The frequency and strength of these heat waves is only going to get more intense. So I urge the City of Joondalup to please ensure that we can double our tree canopy, our tree planting, and every aspect of climate change mitigation, adaptation, and resilience built into our program each year. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to make a statement on the annual report? In that case, I close public statement on the annual report. The next section of tonight's meeting is general business. This is an opportunity for members of the public to ask questions on any matter relating to the local government. Following that, we'll also then be dealing with statements. There's a set of procedures relating to questions asked at the AGM, and electors will be offered an opportunity to ask up to 2 questions at a time. Electors will be offered another opportunity to ask further questions, following all other electors being provided an opportunity to raise questions. Again, there will be no adverse reflection on elected members or the city employees, and should this occur, the question will be ruled out of order and the elected will be asked to resume their seat. So we have a register of those people who wish to ask questions. I'll first deal with the register and then I'll go to anyone from the gallery. The first person on our list is Ms. Beth Hewitt, if you'd like to come forward to ask your questions. If you could also state your name and address for the public record.
Thank you. Beth Hewitt for Woodview Court, Edgewater. My first question is, in the latest 10-year strategic financial plan, it states on page 35 under operating revenue, line 4, that additional income will be achieved from Edgewater Quarry. The last formal decision I know of in this council was to accept the quarry being listed as a high priority natural area in the parks framework. So my question is, how and why is it included as an income source?
Thank you, Ms. Hewitt. Director Humphrey.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I can confirm that the city's last resolution on the Edgewater Quarry was that no further action would be undertaken. I will check the strategic financial plan first thing in the morning, but I would suggest that it is a error and that we've carried forward the template for a number of years and that the quarry was identified initially as an area that would generate additional revenue. But I will take it on notice and ensure the error is corrected.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hewitt.
Thank you. My second question is, who oversaw the budgeting processes over the last 8 years that have led to the $140 million deficit across the 5 streams of the asset management plan, and what processes allowed the deficit to occur?
So as part of the council annually setting the budget, the council has a budget process where there's multiple workshops and the council works through priorities through those budget workshops. So the council, through those previous years, had recommendations from the administration about what was to be in the budget, but at the end of the day, the council was the one who approved those budgets.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Oh, sorry. I'll go back to the register. Could I call forward Miss Mary O'Byrne to ask questions? And if you could state your name and address for the public record.
Mary O'Byrne, 123 Glencoe Loop, Kinross. Good evening, Mr Mayor and councillors. Just 2 short questions on the Mindarie Regional Council and the City of Joondalup. Does the City of Joondalup receive monies for leasing the landfill land to the MRC?
Thank you. Yep. Director Claassen or Director Humphrey?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I don't believe so, but we will confirm and check and confirm that.
Thank you. And just one question further on that same issue. If there is a lease money paid to the City of Joondalup, can I also know what proportion of it goes to the City of Joondalup? And thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Byrne. Director Claassen?
If there's lease funding paid to the city, that would be 1/6 being the shareholding of the City of Joondalup.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. O'Byrne. The next person on our list is, the handwriting is a little hard to read. I think it's Nicholas Fudge. I'm sorry if the last name's incorrect. If you'd like to come forward and ask your questions.
Nicholas Fudge of 26 Leander Street in Belden. I understand that the City of Joondalup has a weed control plan, predominantly using glyphosate. My question is surrounding whether the Joondalup Council has alternatives to that product, and if so, what are they?
Thank you for your question. Director Claassen.
Thank you, and through you, Mr Mayor. The weed management plan has adopted an integrated weed management approach, which takes a number of methods in managing weeds. Part of that is manual weed control, chemical weed control is part of that. There's non-chemical weed control included, specifically around sensitive areas, and council has a contractor in place to do steam weeding around those sensitive places. So there's a number of alternatives in that integrated weed management approach.
Thank you.
In relation to your answer there, a sensitive area, is that considered where people take their pets?
Thank you. Director Clarkson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the sensitive areas identified in the weed management plan is areas around schools and playgrounds.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. Is there anyone from the gallery who wishes to ask a question about the local government and its functions? I see Ms. O'Byrne at the back, but I'll go to some of the people who haven't asked questions first. We'll go to Ms. Kwok.
Michelle Kwok, 15 Gravelboat Ocean Reef. This is about meeting procedure, Mayor. Is there an ability, I was going through these motions, and some points I agree and others I don't. So is there ability to vote separately to points of some of the motions?
I guess that's a determination that comes down to me. I've said in the procedures for tonight's meetings, I will be using the city's meeting procedures as a guide. So in that case, if members of the community, when there is a motion that is put forward, I will allow the motion to be split and elements voted on separately if members of the community request. So say if a motion has 3 parts, if people seek, say, parts 1 to be voted on separately from 2 or 3, I will permit that to happen. Ms. Kwok.
So how do we signal to do so?
Oh.
Do you split every single one, or do I say I like this one to be split?
I think it's best if when we come to the point of voting, so I would close, what will happen is we'll have a mover, a seconder, debate, and then the person who has the right of response on the debate, so it's the mover of the motion. At that point, before we go to a vote, I will, if somebody raises their hand at that time, that's probably the easiest way, I will ask them if they wish to split part of the motion. That's probably the simplest way to do it.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And we'll go to Mr. Sideris. You had your hand up next.
Yeah, Mitch Sideris, Page Drive, Motherloo. I've actually got 3 questions, but I'm happy to split into 1 and 2. First question, in response to questions to the last council meeting, I received an email today notifying or advising me that as of January 2026, any responses to written and verbal questions that are submitted to this council will not be responded by email, but will be available on the city's website. Question, when was that decision made by this council?
Thank you, Mr. Sideris. Director Parry.
I've got a copy of the email here.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Sideris. So as part of our ongoing commitment to reviewing our services and our operations in making efficiencies within the team, we have made the decision internally within the city to provide those written questions are always provided within the minute documents, so they will still be there for you to view, but will no longer be continuing to email individual people who might put forward a question.
Mr. Sideris, do you have a second question?
I'm going to ask another question, but obviously it doesn't answer. The question was, when was that decision made by this council?
Director Parry, was there a council resolution?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, there was not a council resolution.
I don't believe there was. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, Director Parry. Sorry, Mr. Sideris, I don't believe there was a council resolution either. You've asked 2 questions, and I know you said...
I'm happy to sit down.
Yeah, I know you said you had other questions, but we'll just cycle through other members who wish to ask. Does anybody else from the gallery wish to ask a question? Ms. O'Byrne, if you'd like to come forward to ask 2 further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mary O'Byrne, 123 Glencoe Loop, Kinross. Question 1. The proposed Mindarie Regional Council leachate ponds are to be constructed in the quarry at the current landfill. This proposed construction will bring an odour source within a couple of 100 metres of the Kinross residences. What is the City of Joondalup doing to ensure the residents of Kinross will not be both physically and mentally affected by these proposed leachate ponds, given that we've had a huge problem previously with anaerobic ponds?
Thank you, Ms. O'Byrne. The decision primarily around the leachate ponds is a decision that will be taken by the Mindarie Regional Council, and this council does not have control over those decisions. We do, however, have 2 representatives, and I'm sure those 2 representatives will consider carefully those decisions and the views of the public from the City of Joondalup when they do vote on those matters. As far as any further elements, Director Claassen, is there anything further you'd like to add to that?
Through Mr. Mayor, now you've covered it.
Thank you. Ms. O'Byrne, is there a further question?
Question 2. Numerous proposals have been submitted to Mindarie Regional Council about waste for the landfill to get it to completion, and disposing of Class 1 waste within the Tamala Park landfill will both reduce odours by diluting the accepted putrescible waste and expedite the landfill's closure. What has the City of Joondalup done to source, contract and dispose of Class 1 waste at the Tamala Park landfill, given that I understand the City can't speak for the whole of the Mindarie Regional Council, but what is the City itself doing?
Thank you, Ms. O'Byrne. Director Claassen.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. The City of Joondalup has taken a formal position regarding the closure of the landfill, requesting the MRC to take all actions and steps to expedite the closure of the landfill. As Mr. Mayor has indicated, the City can only advocate to the Mindarie Regional Council. It is the decision of the Mindarie Regional Council's council eventually exactly how they do that. And as you are aware, we only have 2 votes of the 12 around that table.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you,
Ms. O'Byrne. Are there any other further questions from the gallery? Okay. We'll go to, I think it's Mr. Bryant, is that correct?
Clint Bryan, 17 Afric Way, Callaroo. In 2024, we approached the council to get a pre-feasibility study done for an artificial surfing reef. This was approved, tender process was done, and from my recollection, the report was finished in around August last year. I'm just wondering why the council has held on to that report and not released it in due time.
Thank you. Director Humphrey, do you want to step through the different elements, the election periods, the caretakers, and some of the other concerns?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Responding through you. Yes, we received the first draft of the report in August. It was sent back to the consultant for changes to be made and updates to be made. We received the final report in September, and due to the caretaker provisions, it wasn't able to be presented to the October council meeting. During November, there was a very large council agenda due to the caretaker provisions, and it was held to December. When we looked at the agenda in September, there was a second report coming through as a part of the CHARMAP process, and the consultation group involved in the CHARMAP process was also receiving a report that potentially discussed reefs. So the report will come to council in the early part of 2026.
Thank you.
Mr. Bryant, do you have a second question? No. Thank you. Any further? I'll go to Mr. Sideris, and then we'll go to the man on the right of the chamber. Mr. Sideris, if you'd like to ask a further question.
Mr. Sideris from Malulu. In the email I received today, it said the responses would be available on the city's website. And talking about this wonderful cities website, in response to the question I asked on the 10-year asset replacement plan or asset management plan, I Googled and I searched the city through the city's wonderful website, and then I Googled through this wonderful city's website. I couldn't find that 10-year strategic asset management plan. And then the response, I'm told I can go to some agenda item or some minute item and then go find it in here, there and whatever and attached. Please advise why I couldn't find it just doing a normal search. Two ways, through the city's website and through a normal good search engine.
Thank you, Mr. Sideris. Director Parry, would you like to comment on maybe the search functions on the website?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for alerting us to not being able to find a document through the search facility. That was one of the focuses of the revised website, to improve our search facility, and whilst it has improved, it doesn't look as though it's met your particular needs. So I will have a look at that one in the next day or so to see why that did not come up in the search facility. But thank you for alerting it to the city.
Sure.
Thank you, Director. Mr. Sideris.
Second question or fourth question. Reading the responses to questions submitted at tonight's meeting. Dot Lulford suffered significant injuries walking that wonderful boardwalk down to the beach from North Mullaloo, and asked for various questions. I suffered the same level of injuries as she did, and the question that I'd like to ask now is, was a risk taking on board all the fact that it complies with all Australian standards, etc., was a risk management assessment done on the relevant safety aspects of that boardwalk? And has any staff member decided to test it by falling over?
Thank you, Mr. Sideris. I think we're not going to accept the last part about staff members testing fall, but we will take, I'm ruling that section out of order, but we will take the first section about was there an appropriate risk assessment. Director Claassen.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the risk assessment includes ensuring compliance with the relevant standards, and that we have achieved. We have indicated to the question taken in writing tonight that despite that, we will investigate if there are other opportunities to improve that. But I have to state that it is safe and comply with the required standards.
Thank you, Director. Mr. Sideris, that's the end of this round of two questions. So
leads to another question, but that's okay.
Yep. We will go around and ask further questions. There was a man in the yellow shirt at the back. He's had his hand up. If you'd like to come forward and ask two questions, and of course, again, state your name and address for the public record.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. John Burton, 11A Rosneath Terrace, Kinross. Just bear with me 2 seconds. I've been made aware that the Joondalup Memorial is in a state of disrepair. Now, this is used for the Anzac Day ceremony, and it's obviously very meaningful for the diggers and their families. My question is, would Joondalup Council be prepared to help repair and maintain it?
I'll just seek some further clarification. When you say disrepair, are you referring to how the design wasn't completed with the brass panels, or are you referring to some type of vandalism or damage?
Sorry, I'm not sure myself. I've only just got the information, but I'm presuming that over the years it's started to deteriorate. So I imagine that that's what the problem is.
Thank you. I think we'll go to Director Claassen if you're aware of the condition of the asset. At this stage, if it's referring to the one in Central Park, I'm not certain. We can check, but I'm not certain that there is damage or disrepair to it. But I know that when the memorial was first developed, it had a different concept drawing for it, and so there were brass relief panels which were considered on it. There's been a discussion with the RSL about trying to return to the original design because it was never formally completed to the artist design. But when Landgate did develop the area here, Landcorp did develop the area here, it was completed to their design, I believe. But Director Claassen, if you'd like to try and provide more clarification, if that is the case.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Just to add that, I am aware that the city has received correspondence regarding the completion of the original design, and that has been previously responded to. With a new council, I think that has been raised again with council. I am not aware of any disrepair or maintenance requirements. That's probably the RSL would be better placed to respond to that.
We can take, because I know it's of quite a sensitive nature, we can take the question on notice and we can investigate and see if there is any damage, disrepair, vandalism, or whether it's to do with the design and the original artistic inspiration for it, if that's okay.
Yeah, thanks very much. And as you say, it means a lot to the people of this area. So thank you. It's only one question.
That's all right. Thank you. There was a man at the front, if you'd like to come forward and ask a question.
Greg Hinchliffe from 6 Kalani Heights in Callaroo. I understand that Council has got some preliminary designs on widening North Shore Drive in Callaroo. My question is, has Council considered an alternative design apart from the widening of North Shore Drive? And I understand it's for safety, so e.g. a roundabout into the beach car park instead of a right turn lane which crosses traffic.
Thank you. Director Claassen, if you'd like to go through maybe the design process. Have we got to this particular design?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Through the black spot application, a number of options were considered, roundabout into the car park being one of those. From the safety perspective, the design best addresses the safety concerns on that section of road, and as such, the funding application was based on that design. The fact that federal black spot funding was approved shows the high priority assessment given by Main Roads WA in terms of that design and support for that design.
Okay. A follow-up question, if I can. Will the council share the alternative designs and the approximate costings for the transparency to the ratepayers and residents?
Thank you. Director Claassen, I'll let you answer the question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure if there were specific costings. There were a number of concepts developed as part of that, and I will need to take that on notice and assess what's available.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Poynton there at the back, if you'd like to come forward.
Don Poynton, 32 Princeville Tor, Connolly. I was very surprised recently to see that there are 2 very large boardwalks to be built at North Burns Beach, and I just want to, in Bush Forever 322, and that were deemed that no clearing permit was required. This was back in 2024. I just wonder what input that the City of Joondalup had in assessing the need and the damage which will be done, and what structural integrities, etc., given that there are still kangaroos trying to cross through the dunes, how are they going to be able to access from one side of the boardwalks to the other? These are leading from, I think it's called Burnside Road, all the way down to the beach. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Poynton. Director Claassen, if you'd like to take that one.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the original subdivision application included that, and the assessment by DWAR regarding the clearing permit requirements is not something the city can assess. But we'll take the question on notice and provide you with some detail on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Poynton. Are there any other further questions from the gallery? We'll go to the man at the front on the left. I think Mr. Bartley. Oops.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. Trevor Bartley, 19 Charing Cross Road in Joondalup. And my question is to the ongoing subject that we keep bringing up about what are called widowmaker trees that are behind our properties that are tearing up our road, access road, which the Shire has gone in and removed certain parts of the concrete structure that's around those, but has done no more work in the last 6 months. So my question is, one, why can't we get rid of those trees which are dropping beams down onto the ground and tearing up the ground? And two, why has there been work started but not finished?
Thank you, Mr. Bartley. Director Claassen, if you'd like to comment.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor. The city has been provided some detailed correspondence to yourself regarding the position and the assessments that's undertaken in terms of the city centre and how we assess the canopy cover and trying to maintain that canopy cover. The work, perhaps in the eyes of the residents, might not have been completed, but the city has undertaken the works that it said it will do, and it continues to assess that. We have to make an assessment regarding managing tree canopy versus damage to infrastructure and how best to manage that, and that's what we try and achieve through the process we've identified and provided to the residents.
Second part to that question then. So what you're telling me is the mess that we have behind our property we have to live with because you ripped up the concrete area that's there and not doing any more about the roots that are tearing up the road and going through our water pipes. So we just got to live with that? Is that what you're saying to me?
I'll probably just reframe that with a bit less adverse reflection, but as far as is the city looking to continue the current state of affairs is probably, we'll try and rephrase it that way. Director Claassen.
Free, Mr. Mayor, the city is not stating that it's not going to do anything about it. As I've indicated, we balance maintaining a healthy tree canopy versus work that we have to do on infrastructure. We do that with roads every day. There's a number of large trees and medians that we manage that. Similar on verges, and that's what we have to consider to actually try and maintain a leafy suburb. It does impact, and we acknowledge that, on infrastructure, and as I said, we take that into consideration in our overall maintenance.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other further questions in the gallery? The man on the right-hand side here. Oh, yes.
Good evening, esteemed councillors. My name's Fred Taylor, 18 St Ives Loop, Callaroo. In regard to the question from the gentleman from Killarney Heights regarding North Shore Drive, I would like to ask the council, is there anyone who lives on top of a council car park? Would you please put your hands up?
I think as far as...
I think the proposed car park for the end of 18 St Ives Loop, is this going ahead on this dual carriageway?
Thank you. We'll take the part of the question about is this section going ahead? And Director Claassen, you'd like to comment about what's in the Capital Works plan.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Currently included in the city's Forward Works program is the construction of the Black Spot project, the roundabout, which includes as a separate municipal funded car park for beachgoers. That is still included in the Forward Capital Works program, yes.
So we've got to live on top of a car park, a public car park?
Sorry, yep.
Which none of you would do. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other further questions from the gallery? Last call for further questions. No, in that case, we'll then move to public statements. Whether we keep a register of public statements for those people. So I will go through those first. You will be entitled to make a statement for 2 minutes. You will need to state your name and address for the public record. Your statement must not adversely reflect on the council or the administration. So the first person which I'll call forward is Mr. Joel Keenan.
Joel Keenan, 17 Atoll Court, Mullaloo. Regarding the artificial surf reef pre-feasibility study, the surfers of the City of Joondalup did not ask for the Ocean Reef Marina to be built. They did not ask for 3 reef breaks to be lost. They did not ask for the last remaining break to be deteriorated due to insufficient sand movement caused by the Ocean Reef Marina walls. They also didn't ask for an artificial reef to be built. An artificial reef was promised to us in compensation for the loss of recreational space. We're here tonight to ask that the council does the right thing and votes to progress with the project if the pre-feasibility study is deemed feasible. We're not asking for anything more than what was already agreed upon during the approval stage of the marina build. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keenan. The next person on our register, there's a couple of people who are from outside of Joondalup. So we'll deal first with the people who are from Joondalup, and then as I put into the procedures for tonight's meeting, the public can vote whether to permit those people to present to tonight's meeting. So the next person on tonight's register is Mr. James Breed, if you'd like to come forward.
Thank you. My name's James Breed, 27B, 27B Laurel Street in Mullaloo. I'm an aircraft engineer for Qantas, and every day thousands of passengers put their lives in my hands. My wife is a clinical psychologist, and we own a mental health practice in Hillary's. Every year, Jenna and our staff take care of and nurture thousands of clients' mental health. We have 5 kids, 2 of which are under the age of 4. As parents, it's our responsibility to keep our children safe and look after their mental health. In 2022, Clint Bryan, Ben Allen and myself formed Mullaloo Board Riders with one goal, and that was to get the artificial reef built. Because we know how fundamental this will be to our children's mental health, not only our children, but all the community and their children's children. This reef is bigger than just us. It's for the future and the generations of those to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Breed. I'd also like to remind members of the public not to record in today's chambers. Under the meeting procedures local law, it's prohibited to be able to record either a council meeting or an annual general meeting of electors. The next person we'll call forward is Mr. Hendon from Hillary's, if I have that last name correct. That's all right? Thank you. Mr. Greg Hinchcliffe from Calleroe, if you'd like to come forward and make your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Greg Hinchcliffe, 6 Killarney Heights, Calleroe. The proposed widening of North Shore Drive does not represent an efficient use of taxpayer and ratepayer funds, nor does it adequately address the safety outcomes it is intended to achieve. If safety is the primary objective, it can be achieved more effectively through targeted measures, reducing the speed limit to 50 kilometres per hour, replacing the proposed right turn lane into the beach car park with a roundabout would reduce traffic conflict points. A roundabout removes the need for vehicles to turn across oncoming traffic, which is a recognised improvement in road safety outcomes. The adjacent green space is currently zoned as road reserve. However, this designation dates back to the 70s and 80s before Marmion Avenue was intended to function as the primary coastal arterial road. That planning context no longer applies. Zoning alone does not justify road expansion where current traffic volumes and conditions do not warrant it. This alternative approach would avoid widening North Shore Drive. The land required for a single roundabout would be minimal when compared with the substantial and permanent loss of green space resulting from the widening for nearly a kilometre to Whitfords Avenue. This is not unused land, it is heavily used by families, children, walkers and people exercising their pets. The proposed widening would also create an inconsistency with the existing road alignment immediately to the north through Merrifield Place and Mullaloo. The Department of Planning, Lands and Heritage provides a mechanism under the Lands Administration Act 1997 to convert unconstructed road reserve to public open space, and this option could be pursued in consultation with Council. The already approved black spot funding can be applied to a more economical solution that achieves safety objectives without the loss of existing green space currently used by ratepayers. Under the leadership of the newly elected Mayor, Council has the opportunity to deliver proportionate, evidence-based safety improvements while preserving valuable public land, ensuring the responsible use of public funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hinchcliffe. I'm going to need to remind everyone that it's a requirement under the city's local law not to show approval or disagreement with people's statements. I think it's probably worth trying to explain why that is the case, is that there's multiple opinions in the gallery and people have come for different motions, and it might be the case that everyone is of the same mind of things, but there also might be people who disagree, and of course later in tonight's meeting there'll be voting on motions from the gallery, and I think it's important that everyone feels that they have an opportunity to be respected whatever their views are, and not to feel like they're under pressure if they say they agree or don't agree with the majority present, or if they're a majority or a minority in the room. So I think that's just important to consider. So I just ask that, I know some of you do want to applaud, and I can understand that, but I think it's just best if we try and just show respect a different way through today. The next person on tonight's register for statements is Nicholas Fudge, if you'd like to come forward.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. Nicholas Fudge, 26 Leander Street in Belden. A quarter of a century ago, a study was published in the scientific journal Regulatory Toxicology and Pharmacology, claiming glyphosate, aka the weed killer Roundup, posed no health risk. However, that paper was retracted in December last year. Editor-in-Chief Martin Vandenberg explained in a note attached to the retraction that he had pulled the paper over serious ethical concerns regarding the independence and accountability of the authors of this article and the academic integrity of the carcinogenic studies presented. Initially published in 2000, the Williams-Crowe-Munro paper became the go-to talking point for anyone eager to defend major corporations. It was cited all over the world by governmental regulators, and academics heavily relied on it. Today, the large language models that AI chatbots like ChatGPT and Google's Gemini rely on spit out findings of the review like it's gospel. Internal documents released during US lawsuits revealed that employees of the agricultural and agrochemical biotechnology giant Monsanto helped ghostwrite large chunks of the study, while the authors skipped the part where you're supposed to disclose that. On top of that, the paper heavily relies on unpublished Monsanto-owned data, and on top of that, it omitted already available long-term studies. It's not really surprising that the journal finally decided the whole thing was too compromised to stand behind. The only problem is, it's 25 years too late. Monsanto won, glyphosate is everywhere, as it's one of the most widely used herbicides on earth, used by massive commercial farmers and home gardeners. Bayer bought Monsanto in 2018. It insists the stuff is safe, though Bayer and Monsanto have been at the centre of around a staggering 181,000 lawsuits in the United States, and have coughed up several $1 billion in court settlements surrounding Roundup and its possible links to cancer. Retraction is nice, a good gesture, but that is all. And if those multi-billion-dollar cancer-related settlements are any indication, it's probably killing us all very slowly.
Thank you. Sorry, it's a 2-minute statement, so I'm going to have to cut you off there.
Thank you.
I'm sorry to say. Thank you. Look, I just need to make sure that I do keep it to 2 minutes, given how long tonight's meeting will go. So as we go also on to the other parts of tonight, it's not to try and cut anyone short, but of course we need to be mindful of time. So the next person on tonight's agenda is Michael Watkins. Mr. Watkins, however, lives in Hocking. So if he is to present to tonight's meeting, I need a show of hands from the meeting if members from the gallery wish to hear from him, given that this is an electors meeting for electors of the City of Joondalup. So I'll ask for a vote for and against. So could I have those who are for Mr. Watkins speaking to tonight's meeting, if you'd like to raise your hands? Yep. Thank you. And is there anyone against? There's a few against, but those for have the numbers. In that case, Mr. Watkins, would you like to come forward and give your statement? Is he even here? I guess not. Is Ethan Watkins here? We'll just double check that they're here before we call for any votes. Okay, I guess not. The next one is Austin Gerard from Pearsall. Is he here? In that case. The next person, Carly Bruce. Do you still wish to speak to the meeting? Yes? Again, could I get a show of hands of those in favour of Ms. Bruce from Kareen speaking to tonight's meeting? Thank you. And those against? Thank you. Those for have carried the motion. So if you'd like to come forward. If you could also just state your name and address for the record.
So my name's Carly Bruce and I'm from 35 Sharon Drive, Kareen. Good evening, Mayor and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Carly Bruce. I'm a local business owner. I run a surf school at Mullaloo Beach and I'm here to strongly support the development of an artificial reef in the city of Joondalup. The issue is both professionally and deeply professional to me and deeply personal, sorry. I grew up surfing Mullaloo Point and this coastline. I learnt to surf here as a teenager and in winter I regularly surfed a break known as pylons, which has now been lost due to the Ocean Reef Marina redevelopment. Pylons was a unique winter break. It worked in large 3.5 to 4 metre swells, even howling southwest onshore conditions because it was protected and aligned slightly northwest. You could surf into the harbour area near where the boat club was. It gave local Joondalup and Perth Metro surfers access to waves during stormy winter conditions when most beaches were unsurfable. That break no longer exists. I acknowledge the investment in Ocean Reef Marina, but the reality is that both winter and summer reef breaks have been lost as part of that redevelopment. My question is, why can't we thoughtfully replace what's been taken? I believe this is a real opportunity for council to be innovative by working with coastal engineers, oceanographers, plans to develop one integrated artificial reef system with 2 functional zones. An outer reef designed to handle large winter swells, effectively replacing breaks like pylons, and an inner reef section designed for smaller summer swells, providing safer, more consistent waves. This wouldn't be about creating beginner waves at Mullaloo that already exist. In fact, Mullaloo has become increasingly shallow due to sand build-up, particularly on the inside section between the break and the shore. Over the past year, and especially this summer, I've found it genuinely unsafe at times for coaching children. One of my coaches has even stopped working there because of the risk posed by how shallow the bank has become.
Thank you, Ms. Bruce. Sorry, the 2 minutes has elapsed. No worries. Thank you.
Thanks.
In that case, we have concluded everyone who's on the register. Is there anyone from the gallery who wishes to make a public statement? Last chance. In that case, we will conclude the general statement time. So that moves us to the next section of tonight's meeting, which is general business. Of course, there is a set of procedures relating to general business. So what I will be doing So prior to tonight's meeting, members of the public have been given an opportunity to submit motions. So we have 31 of those, which have been, I believe they've been provided. So we will be working them through sequentially. So what will happen is that for each motion, there is a mover and a seconder. So the mover will be able to repeat what was said earlier in the meeting, the mover will have 2 minutes to be able to make the case for their motion, followed then by the seconder. And then at that point, I'll ask if there's anyone who wishes to speak against the motion. If there is, we'll allow somebody then to speak for 2 minutes, and then I'll also allow a contrary speaker for somebody who wishes to speak for the motion. I'll continue to alternate until there's no more alternate views, and at that point, I'll call time on the debate, and then we'll ask for the mover of the motion to then make a final case for the motion which he's asking you all to vote on, and then we'll go to a show of hands on the motion itself. So the first motion on tonight's agenda is by Kevin Holloway. So if you'd like to come forward, and it's being seconded by Mr. Schmiel. So are you still willing to move the motion, Mr. Holloway?
Yes.
And Mr. Schmiel, are you willing to second? Yes, thank you. Mr. Holloway, you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Kevin Holloway, 27 Murray Drive, Hillary's. I'd like to move a motion that 1, affirms a policy position that voting eligibility in local government elections should be restricted to owner-occupier ratepayers only, and 2, supports the introduction of compulsory voting for eligible owner-occupier ratepayers. 3, requests that the Chief Executive Officer to write to the Minister of Local Government advocating for legislative reform, and 4, authorises the Mayor to raise this matter through the West Australian Local Government Association. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Schmiel is the seconder. Would you like to come forward to make a 2-minute statement?
Good evening. My name is Malcolm Schmiel. I live at 5 Kiernan Place, Callaroo. And in the past 4 or 5 years, I've actually been able to go around and canvass for councillors and talk to lots of people actually in the community. And I wasn't totally surprised, but there is so much apathy in terms of wanting to vote. Every time I talk to people, it wasn't a question of come and vote for the person I think should be a councillor, it's get out and vote. Because quite frankly, if only 23% or whatever the vote was last October is absolutely appalling. You know, democracy is under attack in this world today, and things are changing. You guys need to support democracy actively, and we definitely need compulsory voting to actually mean something at the local level. Because that way, you get people to think about what it is they're actually going to put their money, their tick on. At least take some interest in what goes on in their own community and what goes on in Joondalup. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schmiel. As I said earlier, so I'll be looking to see is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion? So the motion should be on the screens in front of you as well. Ms. Kwok.
Michelle Kwok, 15 Gravelbowl, Ocean Reef. I actually support number 2, have compulsory voting, but this motion, number 1, is disadvantaging residents who are renters. So renters are contributing to council rates through their rents. So it is, you know, if it's a rental, the landlord pays the rates from the rental income. So if the residents actually live within the cities and work within the city, actually contributing to the economic growth and also supporting local economy, I don't think it's right to actually being unfair to renters. So I'd like to split the motion to vote for voting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kwok. Is there anyone who wishes now to speak for the motion? In that case, Mr. Holloway, would you like to make a 2-minute statement to conclude debate on your motion? It's optional if you'd like to or not.
Yes, I just would like to confirm what I said, and I don't agree that the renters are paying rates, council rates, and haven't got the same interests as people that owner occupiers. Thank you.
Thank you. I was asked by Ms Kwok to split voting on the motion. So what we will do is I will call for a vote for point 1, and then we'll call for a vote for the remaining points 2 to 5. So when we vote, it'll be a vote by a show of hands. So I'll call those people who wish to vote for the item, against, and if you don't wish to vote either, you may abstain and not put up your hand for either. So for point 1 of the motion, could I have those who wish to vote for point 1? Okay, we have a few. And could I have those who are against point 1? In that case, point 1 does not succeed. We'll now go for a vote on points 2 to 5 of the motion. For those who wish to vote for points 2 to 5, could you please raise your hands? And those against? In that case, the points 2 to 5 of the motion succeed. So they'll be carried then to the council meeting. We'll then move to motion 2. So that is from Mr. Bryant. Are you still willing to move the motion as written? Yes? And Jay Wilson, are you willing to second? Yes? Mr. Bryant, if you'd like to come forward for a 2-minute statement.
Clint Bryan, 17 Afric Way, Callaroo. I'm president of Mullaloo Board Riders Club, and we're a club that's grown by 20% every year, up to about 180 members. But a 180-member club has lost 75% of its surfing recreational area. We are asking for the Chief Executive Officer to make the purpose-built artificial surf reefs pre-feasibility report available to the public before the February council meeting. And we're asking that the Chief Executive Officer prepares a feasibility study to assess the risks, costs and benefits of purpose-built surf reefs, including the following assessments: economic and tourism potential, well-being and social inclusion, environment, coastal protection, heritage and loss of surfing recreational area due to the construction of Ocean Reef Marina. We request that the Chief Executive Officer list an amount of $240,000 for consideration as part of the city's 2026-27 budget towards a feasibility study and assessment relating to the purpose-built artificial surf reefs in section 2. And we're asking that the council agrees to form a working group, including surfing representatives, to consider the pre-feasibility report, the feasibility study and assessments detailed in part 2, and provide feedback on the next steps of the purpose-built surf reefs as an option for the City of Joondalup. And we ask that the council instructs the Chief Executive Officer to report to council on the progress of the working group and the findings of the assessments by February 27. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd now like to call Mr. Wilson forward, if you'd like to give a 2-minute statement. Yep. That's all right. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion? Okay, so we'll do them one by one. We'll go with Mr. Sidiris first. You had your hand up first. Sorry, are we allowed to ask questions? No, because in these cases, these motions are from members of the community. So you could phrase your question to Mr. Bryant in a statement. You'd say, here are my concerns. Could you maybe deal with these when you respond at the end of debate? But as far as questions to the administration and council, no, because this is a motion from the community. So it wouldn't be right if we were providing commentary on the motions.
Sure.
Yep.
So in order to consider the motion, what concerns me regarding it is the fact that in constructing the Ocean Reef Marina, the state government, as I understood it, or Development WA, undertook a number of feasibility studies assessing the impact or the possibility of putting in additional artificial reefs. That's the first concern. Second concern is I don't recall too many people actually objecting to the development of the Ocean Reef Marina during the public environmental review study, which would have raised the issues dealing with the loss of surfing breaks. And the third issue that I have is that we have the problem with Mullaloo Beach. It's a family beach. Nobody builds and owns property in Mullaloo to go surfing. They build to go to beaches that are safe, family-orientated beaches. These beaches, the surf breaks, as I understand it, were against hard limestone cliff faces. We don't have that. And the last concern is I'm not aware of any artificial surfing reef that has been designed primarily for protecting coastal erosion. And I'll leave that up to the respondent before I vote.
Thank you, Mr. Sideris. Could I now get a speaker who wishes to speak for the motion? Except for Mr. Bryant. So, yep, there we go. Sorry, from my angle, it looks like he had his hand up. Thank you.
Regarding Mr. Sideris's concerns, we as local surfers know where the reef break would be best positioned. Nobody at Mullaloo Beach will be affected by it. It is down by the marina, it is against the cliff face. If somebody dumped a heap of rocks in the water tomorrow and a break came up, no one would even know it was there. Like, it's not going to be on Mullaloo Beach. It's not going to be right in front of the surf club. It's not going to be right in front of the point. It will be down out of the way where nobody even accesses at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion? There's Ms. Kwok there at the front.
Michelle Kwok, 15 Cravo Ocean Reef. I support number 1, by the way. I was in the water this morning off North Mullaloo Beach. As I swam north towards Ocean Reef, the water discoloration started around 300 to 400 meters south of the marina. Mr. Kim Allen posted photos of flushing of Joondalup outfall 2 days ago. The effluent is still hanging around. I do not think it's a good idea to swim or surf there. It's a health hazard, and we all know that. Furthermore, we wasted $50,000 for a pre-feasibility report on a location that is outside the boundaries of the city. This is another scenario of misspending ratepayers' money. The artificial surf reef, the ocean pool, and other selling points were in the initial 2009 concept plan. When Development WA took over the project from the city, all these desirable features have vanished from the 2019 concept plan. Lands Minister John Carey said Development WA had employed a team of coastal engineering experts to investigate the potential for the artificial surf break and found it to be unsafe. $7 million for the surf reef was not viable according to Development WA. Even if the pre-feasibility report says it's viable, one would need to convince the state government to fund it 100%. But before that, I would suggest to get the state government to fix the Joondalup outfall first. I have not heard any plan of action to fix the water quality issue, and it is not a good idea to ask for a surf reef to be built in contaminated water. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kwok. Could I ask for anyone who wishes to speak for the motion? Yes, the man at the back. If you could just give your name and address for the record.
My name is Frederick Marcoux. I'm from 28 Johnson Crescent in Mullaloo. And I'm a surfer, and I've been to Albany. I'm also a ratepayer in Albany, and they have a reef break there, and it's a beautiful thing. It's quite amazing. Middleton Beach, you know, is an amazing surf break, and we could do this here. Like the gentleman said before, this was supposed to happen. We lost 3 surf breaks. And the water quality, I'm sure, will be fixed because we are on it, and we're you know, you got to think positive, and yeah, look, surf breaks aren't just for a recreational activity. They create all sorts of goodness in the world and in society. You know, Noosa is an amazing place to go, and it's because of surfers. Surfers discovered it. You know, all these places around the world thrive economically because of surf spots. And for our youth, like the gentleman said before, for our youth, we really need something like this, keep them off the streets, into the water, and enjoying life. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion? Yes, the man at the front on the left. Sorry, my left. So if you'd like to come forward.
Justin Zediris, Page Drive, Malulu. I am actually partially for this motion. I would definitely like to see number 1 happen. However, the problem that I have with this is that it puts a conclusion before we've actually seen any evidence. I don't think it's a good idea to say that we should do all these things before we actually even get the pre-feasibility study that suggests that it could be a good idea. I would just like to see what's in that report, because I know there are other reports that have said that this isn't exactly a feasible idea yet. But given that, I would like to see the surfers get what they want. I believe they were promised things perhaps errantly or a little too early, and I feel like they have been taken away from them, and I am very much in support of people enjoying outdoors and the wonderful activities we can do in our beautiful oceans. That's all. I would like to see what's in the report before I can actually support taking it further. Thank you.
Thank you. Would it be correct that you'd like to see point 1 then voted on separately from the rest? I think that's where you're going. Yep. Is there anyone who wishes to speak for the motion? We'll go to just the man at the back in the blue shirt. Yep. If you could just say your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, Mr Mayor, Council. My name's Andy Fermo. I'm from 14 Larkspur Place in Heathridge, and I vote for the motion or carry the motion forward. The pre-studies that are done, there are 2 actual examples of viable reef breaks that have happened. One on the Gold Coast, and secondly, as the gentleman mentioned before, is Middleton's Reef. As a holiday maker, part of the attraction down to those places, having lived on the Gold Coast, and also something to be able to be a tourist attraction for me, is to be able to go to somewhere like the Middleton's Reef, which we were just actually there last week, and then mid-year. One of the purposeful things for us to be able to do was to be able to go down to those locations in a non-saturated area to be able to go in. Now, one of the things that have also been done besides the surfers that have been brought into the reef is the biodiversity that could come. And the example of that is on the Gold Coast, where there was a lot of kickback, and now there is proved studies of being able to have marine life come in, which would also be an attraction to other things, like people like wanting to go in for water sports like snorkeling, going on, and to address the water pollution. As a surfer, you actually go in, and you go in to be able to accept things like these things, and if it's the majority of people that are wanting to be able to go into the water, you accept going into the water, just like the sharks and our friend Trevor that goes up and down the coast. If there is any other algal blooms or other concerns for the health of people, I think that the mental health of being able to attract kids down there and have the Australians' God-given right to be able to go and do water sports and go down to the beach is one of the things. If we can attract more people to come down there, I think that would be much more, and I am for the motion of this reef to be built, because I think it's having lost 3 for the gain of 1 and for the gain of a lot, instead of the fear-mongering of what might happen because of a study might not be done. You can look at actually places that have got success and take that into account as well.
Your time is concluded.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to now speak against the motion? Mr. Sideris, you've already spoken against. Sorry? Is there anybody else who wishes to speak against the motion? No? In that case, Mr. Bryant, would you like to come forward and conclude?
Clint Bryan, 17 Afric Way, Callaroo. Just in conclusion, to put some of your thoughts and fears aside, like that gentleman said before, these reefs do create marine biodiversity, attracting fish, different species. We don't get swell at Mullaloo all the time. People will be able to fish on it, snorkel on it, and it's going down an end of the beach, hopefully, that is in a sanctuary zone, which was set aside to build the Ocean Reef Marina. So we're not going to try and say we want it right in front of the place where everybody swims. We're not that disrespectful. We're a growing club, as I said before. We've lost 75% of our surfing recreational area. I'd like to see anybody find another sport in the city of Joondalup that has lost 75% of their sport recreational area. If football clubs shut down, there'd be hell to pay. If netball courts went, there'd be hell to pay. I think we need to think of surfing not as a recreation, but as a sport. It's an Olympic sport, number one. These athletes are paid big money. They train hard. They're in the Olympics. Let's not think that there's just a bunch of people going down, hanging out with their mates. We have structured contests at our club. Juniors are stepping up. We came fourth in the state in the Australian Board Riders Battle. We were 2 places away from going over to represent WA over East. The youth has lost the ability to surf before and after school, relying on parents to take them surfing. So let's give something back. Let's give 25% back of our recreational surfing area. We need to expand it. The sport's growing, the club's growing. We need this. So I'd just like to think everybody can see that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bryant. We'll then move to voting on the motion. So I had a request from the public to split point 1, which is just about the council releasing the pre-feasibility report, from points 2 to 5, which is about preparing a feasibility report, and of course the other elements are on the screen. So we'll vote on first point 1 separately. So could I have a vote for those who wish to vote for point 1 of the motion? Thank you. And those against? Thank you. I believe that's carried. Thank you. And then for point 2 of the motion, if we could get that on the screen for everyone. Point 2 to 5, sorry. Yep. So for points 2 to 5 of the motion, could I have those who wish to vote for the motion? Thank you. And those against? Thank you. In that case, the motion carries and will be brought to the next council, will be brought to the council meeting. The next motion is motion 3. So Ms. Kwok, are you willing to still move that motion? Yep. And Ms. Mercer, are you willing to second? Yes. Thank you. Ms. Kwok, would you like to come forward and make a 2-minute statement?
Michelle Kwok, 15 Cravel Ocean Reef. When petitions come to council, often the full version of the petition is not available to the public. We only see the statement of issues outlining the issues raised by the petition and the desired outcome. Of course, we are not asking to see petitioners' private details. Supplementary information and reasons for the petition are always left out. These additional details enhance the main content of the petition. It provides extra context, clarity, and reasons to help the public better understand the primary information being communicated. The full petition without petitioner's details can easily be included as an attachment of the item. We urge everyone to support this sensible motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kwok. Ms. Mercer, would you like to make a statement?
Gilda Mercer, 8 Coongan Court, Heathridge. I think Michelle has said everything that I would want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion? No? In that case, Ms. Kwok, would you like to exercise a right of reply? No? Thank you. We will go then to a vote. Could I have those who wish to vote for the motion? Thank you. And those against? And the motion is carried. The next motion is number 4. Mr. Delonzo, do you still wish to move the motion?
I do, but Ms. Bass is sick, so I have to make it, but I have other people who are willing to second it.
Yep, that's fine. Mr. Delonzo, would you like to speak for 2 minutes?
Nicholas Delonzo, 3 Selina Court, Duncraig. I'm looking to get what are called destination charges, AC electric car charges installed at Percy Doyle Recreation Sporting Complex. This is quite a large complex with a lot of activities to do in that area, including the library and the recently installed adventure playground. These are activities that people will be there for multiple hours doing, and that's where the AC charging is the best electric car charging for, when we expect people to be at a location for multiple hours. Now, the number of electric car owners is greatly increasing as more electric cars become available to the residents of Joondalup. And people really want to know that the infrastructure is available for them to see. And that will also continue to encourage others to take up electric car driving. Now, the advantages of electric cars, they reduce local emissions, they reduce road noise, the personal carbon emissions of people, and for the people who are lucky enough to be able to afford the upfront cost, reduces their ongoing costs of living. Now, at the moment, there is a bit of a break in the amount of infrastructure available in the city. We have fast chargers, or DC fast chargers, at Hillary's Boat Harbour, Ocean Reef Marina, and through in the centre of Joondalup. But within the rest of the council, we're sort of missing that slow charging, AC charging infrastructure. And you can really see that when you open up a charging map of the area. We see the City of Stirling has plenty, the City of Wanneroo has plenty, but Joondalup's really lacking that infrastructure. So ultimately, I would like to see these slow chargers or AC chargers rolled out over council properties, particularly anywhere that we expect people to be multiple hours, such as sporting grounds and libraries.
Thank you, Mr. Delonzo. As the seconder, could you come forward and just give your name and address and make your statement, please?
Thank you. My name is Sonia Elek. I live at 18 Farrell Way in Padbury, and I'm seconding this motion because I don't drive an electric vehicle, but I'd like to. And the reason I don't have one is because my husband is worried about the battery going flat. And I think this is a big barrier for a lot of people owning or buying electric vehicles. So if the city could address this, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion? We'll go to the man on that side first. You could just give your name and address before you begin.
Paul Feminari, 17 Kachuka Court, Duncraig. Although electric chargers can be a good idea, I think considering the council's financial situation and the percentage of people that actually drive an electric car, I would say it's not a good use of funds. I think the funds could be used a lot better in relation to things that help a lot more of the community, and I'm sure there's a hell of a lot more things I think if electric vehicles turn out to be something in the future that everybody gets on board with, then yes, you could look at doing that. But for such a small amount of the population, I would say it's a waste of money. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I have those who wish to speak for the motion, if there's somebody? Yes, the lady just there. If you'd like to also give your name and address.
Tanya Maxted, 16 Marlandy Court, Woodvale. We bought an electric car in 2013 and that car is still going. My son has driven it for quite a while now as a teenager, and he was quite a young child when we bought it. So electric cars have been around for quite some time, and we need a lot more of them to take pollution off the streets. Asthma is a huge problem. Air pollution is helping to create climate change. You just have to walk along a busy road and breathe in all the fumes to know that it's not ideal. So the technology has been around since 2013, and I would encourage people, considering it's 2026, to get with the program and go electric.
Thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against? I think there was a man at the back who was... We'll go to him first.
Yeah, thank you. A little bit impromptu, but I've listened to a lot of propaganda over the years. I can say that.
Sorry, just before we
Europe,
continue.
Yeah,
Sorry.
okay, I won't
Your
mention
name?
that again.
No, sorry, I just need your name and address.
Yeah, David Hadfield, Waverton Court, Callaroo.
Thank you.
40 years. Most of Europe are steering away from green energy, from electric, from wind farms. China doesn't even use it, and they're selling them here, wind farms. Electric is... Why do you think the United States are going back to fossil fuels? Because electric's not going to cut it. If people want to go to electric, I suggest that what they do is come off the grid. Let them be the first people to come off the grid, and we'll have a meeting in 2 more weeks, and let's see what they have to say about it then. That's all I have to say about that.
Thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to speak for the motion? Mr. Dickey at the front, if you'd like to come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Martin Dickey, 6 Ferndean Mews, Hillary's. This is impromptu. I didn't expect this motion. I've been driving an electric vehicle for the last 5 years, and it's the best thing I ever spent any money on. I was fortunate I got a family inheritance, so I was able to stump up the initial cost. But I don't have a fast charger. I plug it in and I spend maybe 5 hours to get it from 30% up to full charge. It doesn't take any problem, it doesn't give me any problem at home. I don't have to fill with petrol. I don't fill with oil. I've not had it serviced substantially. There's been minor things like changing air filter in those 5 years. I have saved a packet of money. And more than that, I'm not polluting the environment. I walk to my local park and I get diesel vehicles going past me, belching their filthy smoke out, and I have to put a hanky over my nose because they are so dirty. But fortunately, there are now BYD utes around. There's no reason for the diesel drivers not to switch to something that is clean, non-polluting, and supports the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against? Okay, there's the man on the right with the yellow shirt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. John Burton, 11A Rosley Terrace, Kinross. I think we've sort of deviated away from the issue here. If you put chargers in a car park, you then effectively reduce the car parking spots. If you drive a petrol car, you do not expect a garage in a car park. Fuel up before you go. No different with electric. Make sure you got a full charge before you go out. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to speak for Mr. Norman, if you'd like to come forward?
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. Michael Norman, 8 Stockdale Avenue, Sorrento. Well, I came here by e-bike today, and I can charge that at home. My concern is with fossil fuel powered cars, you do not, this city, ratepayers do not pay for infrastructure that is provided at the petrol station. So if there is to be provided any charging infrastructure at parks and other facilities, that cost should not be on the ratepayers. It should be paid by those who are charging up their car. That's not only the cost of the electricity, but the cost of the infrastructure. Because when you drive a fossil fuel powered car, you are not paying for that infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion? The man just on the left here. Sorry, on the right. Yes, you.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. It's Kevin Pinto, number 6, Aquarius Ramble in Ocean Reef. I'd like to agree with some of my friends up here in regards to infrastructure, because if you're going to put a battery charger in car parks, you're disadvantaging everyone who's driving a petrol car. So the ratepayers are paying to the City of Council, and then only a certain people are going to benefit. Now, as far as, I'm an engineer, and I've led 4 of Australia's biggest LNG projects. So as far as the battery goes, it's only a storage device, and it'll deplete and waste in time. Now, all my friends up here who talk about this green energy, none of them have calculated the carbon footprint to actually produce that battery. You've got big haul trucks digging up to get lithium out of the ground, and there's a massive impact on the environment. Now, the charge that goes into your battery doesn't come from solar. It still comes from hydrocarbons, and that is polluting the environment. So going back to the charges, I don't think people should be paying for something that, you know, where everybody has a car and only certain people are benefiting from having a charger. I think if you want to get your car and you want to look after it, you need to pay for it. Just like I drive a 6.7 litre diesel. And my friend who says it's polluting, the technology has come very far that diesel vehicles do not pollute. So I don't agree that, you know, people driving hydrocarbon or petrol cars should be paying for people who drive battery cars. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to speak for the motion? Yes, the man at the back.
Hello, I'm Michael Darling and I live at 16 Ellis Grove in Woodvale. I am like my fellow speaker who said they don't have an EV but would like one. There's a lot of myth-telling going on about what's happening in the rest of the world, like China. China has installed more green energy, renewable energy, in the last year than the rest of the world combined. And that's beside the point anyway. These electric vehicles are going to be driven more and more. The people who are driving them need to be able to fuel up their car with electricity. They're going to be at places like Percy Doyle, at the library and so on, for extended periods of time. They're not going to occupy a parking space to the exclusion of other people because they're going to be there anyway. And the fact that people will need to charge their cars and have more flexibility in where they can do it is a huge benefit to the community long term. And I see it as an ongoing asset that would be fantastic for the city in perpetuity. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against? Final call. Sorry, you've already spoken once. Anybody who hasn't spoken who wishes to speak against? Mr. Bartley.
Mine's a positive negative. It is this, that I believe that we should have charging stations, but they should be charged. It shouldn't be that the Shire puts them in and they give them away free. The same as when I drive my petrol car, and I've had an electric car, so I've had both. And when I drive my petrol car, I don't get free petrol from the council. So why should we? I think we should have the resource, but we should charge for it. It shouldn't be a free unit that's there. I love the fact that it was free, but I'm looking at the expenses of the council and what we should do to best invest into these type of industries and parts.
Thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to speak for the motion? In that case, Mr. D'Alonzo, I'll invite you forward to close. You'll have 2 minutes.
All right. So we're all paying for the use of petrol cars in the form of climate change, health impacts of the pollution from the back of cars, and road noise, sounds like that. So in a way, we have all been subsidising the use of petrol cars this whole time. And so by encouraging the use of electric cars, we will reduce those impacts on our community. The next impact is I deliberately chose Percy Door because there are plenty of car parks at Percy Door. That's not going to restrict the number of car parks available where it is. There is no restriction in the motion about whether we want to make people pay for the electricity. There are certain apps, certain ways you can do that, QR codes, system, but that system is certainly more complicated than allowing for free power. I personally charge my electric car 100% from solar power. This is just a simple setup computer system to my home charger. Now my home charger cost me about $800. It is also a 22 kilowatt AC charger. Obviously for commercial use, the price will be different. It's not a big price for these lower power chargers, ultimately. My ultimate goal, of course, would be that the community buildings would have solar power, and then we could just supply that power for free to ratepayers. That was my ultimate goal, but I'm sort of starting the process here by installing it somewhere where we have a lot of people coming now because of the new facilities that we've built there. So thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Mr. D'Alonzo. So we'll now vote on motion number 4. So could I have a... So motion number 4. Is there anyone who wishes to split the motion? Okay, so we'll just split points 1 and 2. In that case, we will vote on point 1. Could I have a show of hands of those who wish to support point 1? Okay. We may need to count these for this vote. Yep. And those against? I think that's decisive. Point 1 has not succeeded. Moving then to point 2. Could I have those who wish to vote for point 2 of the motion? And those against, please. If you could all keep your hands up, please. Yeah. Thank you. And point 2 is lost. In that case, both points of motion 4 have not succeeded. We'll go then to motion 5. Ms. Clark, would you like to come forward? And Ms. Hewitt, are you still willing to second? Yes? And of course, again, if you could give your name and address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Kingston and councillors. Anne Clark, 33 Cypress Point Retreat, Connolly. I would like to request that the city consider supporting the piping of fresh water into Carnaby Reserve, Connolly, for the installation of a drinking water fountain, including a dog bowl. Carnaby Reserve is very popular within our local community. Walkers, joggers, dog walkers and families all enjoy our exceptional, well-maintained area of bush. They come to view the marri, jarrah and tua trees in blossom, also the banksia and native shrubs flowering during the different seasons. We welcome visitors from surrounding suburbs in spring at wildflower time to seek out and photograph one of our 19 native orchids. This week, the last week of the school holidays, families have been especially fortunate as the candlestick banksia, Banksia attenuata, is abundant, providing nectar for insects, bees and the honey eaters, delighting the children watching the bees and taking photographs. But what we don't have is a fresh water source. Water is a basic amenity, and a drinking fountain would be a great asset to the whole area and be truly welcomed by the community. The Friends group too would then have access to fresh water after their bush care sessions. Water could be accessed from pipes under Fairway Circle, which border the reserve. It's servicing houses on Fairway Circle, which is a very short distance, so it really wouldn't cost a lot of money. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Ms. Hewitt, would you like to? You don't wish to speak? Thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion? No? In that case, Ms. Clark, do you have anything you'd like to say in conclusion? No? Thank you. We'll move then to a vote on motion number 5. Could I have a show of hands of those in favour? Thank you. And those against? Thank you. And the motion is carried. We'll go to motion number 6. Ms. Hewitt. Ms. Hewitt is the mover.
Number 6. Thank you, Beth Hewitt, Edgewater. We thought we should include this motion because we understand the enormous efforts the staff go to put in and ensure this night runs smoothly. We appreciate their care in helping us word our motions effectively and their recording of the minutes, the preparation of reports and their work to ensure the voice of the community is heard. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank those councillors who have been able to attend for being willing to hear from the community. It's likely to be a long night, and we on this side of the road appreciate that we can stand here and be heard. Unfortunately, in many places in the world, this cannot happen with such candour and dedication. Thank you again to the team at the City.
Thank you, Ms. Hewitt. Mr. Hewitt, would you like to speak? No? Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak against the motion? No? In that case, Ms. Hewitt, anything in conclusion? Thank you. Could I have a vote? Those in favour of motion 6? Thank you. And those against? Thank you. The motion is carried. The next item is motion number 7, Mr. G. Boyland. And do you have someone to second the motion? Mr. Norman. Thank you. Mr. Boyland, when you're ready.
I want to make Jeff Boyland, 5 Howe Street, Marmion. I want to make it clear at the outset, this motion proposed by the Marmion Sorrento Duncraig Progress and Ratepayers Association is not about slowing down the Sorrento Surf Club life-saving clubhouse redevelopment. The clubhouse is important, overdue and valued by the community, and it deserves to proceed without delay. This motion simply recognises that the separate commercial component raises additional questions about the community access, amenity and financial imposition on public land. There are 3 straightforward reasons for the motion. First, The assessments on record are now quite outdated. They were prepared before significant changes like the Aura apartment complex in Sorrento, Hillry's Beach Club and the Ocean Reef Marina, and broader shifts in coastal visitation patterns. Decisions about commercial activity should be informed by current information that reflects how the area actually functions today. The second part of the motion, the commercial use on the foreshore raises questions about parking, access, amenity and equitable use of public space. These are practical issues that deserve to be properly understood before decisions affecting the wider community are made. Thirdly, the city's community engagement policy expectations for consultation on matters involving public land and amenity. There hasn't been a structured consultation with the broader community about this commercial element. This motion says it's time for that to occur. Importantly, the motion does not prescribe an outcome, it does not oppose the development, it's not delaying the clubhouse build. It simply asks the council to seek update information and undertake appropriate consultation on commercial components so that the decisions are made with confidence, transparency and based on contemporary evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Boyland. Mr. Norman, if you'd like to come forward.
It's Michael Norman, 8 Stockdale Avenue, Sorrento. This bit of land that the surf club is being redeveloped, it's a very thin slither of land. There's very little parking in the area compared to the demand for parking by beachgoers. And therefore, in my opinion, there shouldn't be any other use in that area other than supporting the club and beachgoers. There's going to be plenty of other commercial activation in the area with the apartment complex. You've got the nearby Hillary's Marina, which has a lot of restaurants and the like. So in my opinion, it's not a good place for a commercial development. Nevertheless, I haven't done the studies to show, to indicate whether it is really a good idea at that point or not. So I support this motion that the appropriate updated studies be undertaken to really understand the need or otherwise for a commercial facility at this location. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. Is there anyone against the motion? No? In that case, Mr. Boyland, would you like to close?
Just closing. What we're proposing, we believe, is reasonable and responsible approach to decision-making on public land. This is a very popular beach. People use it all the time, 6 in the morning, right through till the evening. And we just feel that this particular part of the proposed redevelopment just needs a little bit more consideration given to the current arrangements and the issues around the functionality around it now with all the development that's going on. Thank you.
Thank you. In that case, we'll go to a vote on motion 7. Could I have a show of hands of those who are in favour of motion 7? Thank you. And anyone against? No? In that case, motion 7 is carried. We'll move then to motion 8. If the person who's the mover of that motion would like to come forward. Ms. Joerud. Thank you. I don't know if I got that correct.
Yeah, Joanne Gwerud, 27 Wakatipi Way, Joondalup. My motion's a bit frivolous, I guess, tonight, but hopefully it might help. Requesting the city to provide refreshment for future annual general meeting electors to enhance participation to create a welcoming atmosphere. Along the lines of motion 1, we need to find ways to encourage more residents to vote and lift the appalling voting rates. Providing light refreshments, even if it's tea and coffee, at electors' meetings serves multiple purposes for enhancing participation and engaging in community. The purpose of this motion is to encourage more residents to attend a meeting, fostering greater community engagement. Providing food and or drinks creates a welcoming atmosphere, making attendees feel more comfortable and relaxed. Sharing food and drinks can enhance the sense of community and belonging amongst residents, reinforcing the importance of local governments. I believe this would be well spent, money well spent, unlike the total waste I witnessed during Harmony Week in 2024, when I attended a free event with beautiful food, live music and guest speakers. The number of staff, from parking attendants to chefs, outnumbered the 6 to 10 attendees by far. I hate to think what this would have cost the ratepayers. We encourage everyone to support this worthy cause. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kwok is the seconder.
Michelle Kwok, 15 Crabwell, Ocean Reef. Over the years, I've participated in many cities' events. Some of these implemented $5 fee to encourage participants to show up. Others remain free events, such as a cycle composting worm farming workshop, community funding information session, help shape Joondalup's first public health plan session, etc., etc. These all provide light refreshments for participants. These gestures enhance participation, create a welcoming atmosphere, and enhance the sense of community and belonging. The annual meeting of electors is the most important event of the year for residents and ratepayers, where council resolutions resulted from AGM motions can help shape all things in a positive direction. Why are we reluctant to create a welcoming atmosphere? Or do we not hope for better participation in this important event? Even the non-ratepayers once a year attend our August council meeting. Up to 100 of them get refreshments. I'm referring to the school children. It seems unfair that the students are being cared for better than the ratepayers, who actually pay for their refreshments and everybody else's refreshments. When I questioned this previously, the last mayor told me it's not that kind of AGM, but I believe now is the time to re-evaluate and reconsider the small request to acknowledge that our participations are valued. I commend the motion to you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kwok. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion? Appears not. In that case, Ms. Groad, would you like to conclude? No? That's all right. Thank you. We'll then vote on motion 8. Could I have a show of hands of those in favour? Thank you. And those against? Thank you. In that case, motion 8 is carried. Moving then to motion 9, Ms. Apps.
Suzanne Apps, 11 Planet Place. In brief, this motion asks that the council instruct the city to take all necessary actions to ensure Woodwell Drive is used for its intended and listed purpose as a local distributor road, as defined by the WA Mains Road Hierarchy Chart. To review the intersection at Trappers Drive so it functions safely and does not direct or encourage through traffic. The same to liaise with the City of Wanneroo and main roads to ensure the intersection at Wanneroo operates within safe limits and does not direct through traffic onto Woodvale Drive. And to review and update the traffic management plans for the Woodvale Secondary College to ensure the appropriate use of the Kiss and Drive facility. This motion seeks to address the ongoing increases in traffic volumes on Woodvale Drive, which has long been raised as a concern by local residents. The documentation supporting the Woodvale Corner development application clearly identifies the existing overuse of Woodvale Drive and highlights the increasing pressure on the local network arising not only from the developments within the immediate area, but also from the significant residential growth within the East Wanneroo district, as well as the commuter traffic diverting to avoid congestion on Ocean Reef Road.
Given this acknowledged and well-documented context, it is evident that the traffic impacts on Woodvale Drive will continue to intensify. Action must therefore be taken now to address these issues and to ensure that Woodvale Drive functions as a local distributor road rather than becoming the de facto arterial bypass. Such an outcome would further impact local residents, the whole suburb, and would impose a significant financial burden on ratepayers to undertake the remedial work that would inevitably be required. We look forward to a swift response, noting that the surrounding area is expected to accommodate an additional 10,000 dwellings by 2031, with many thousands more to follow in subsequent years. And who knows what will happen at Woodvale Corner.
Thank you, Ms. Apps. Ms. Hewitt is the seconder. Would you like to speak?
Beth Hewitt for Woodview Court, Edgewater. Ocean Reef Road is a problem that is continuing to get more jammed with cars. At least 50,000 cars in both directions some days are at a standstill. And I've been guilty myself of coming along Wanneroo Road and doing a quick left into Woodvale to go around and through back onto Ocean Reef Road to avoid traffic, because I can't even turn onto Ocean Reef Road because of the queuing. So something needs to be done with Ocean Reef Road. But the Woodvale Drive, the people who live there didn't expect to live on a major road and to have the volume of traffic that's going past their homes. And it's just not safe, that intersection either on Wanneroo Road, which is, I know, outside your jurisdiction, but it needs to be incorporated into any remedial work to sort this problem out. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion? No? Ms. Apps, would you like to close quickly? No? In that case, we'll vote on motion 9. Could I have a show of hands of those in favour of the motion? Thank you. And those against? Thank you. And motion 9 is carried. Moving then on to motion 10, Ms. Schroeder.
So my name is Lorraine Schroeder, 2 Hobby Place, Ocean Reef. And my motion is that the electors of the City of Joondalup respectfully request the Council instructs the City to erect appropriately worded signage as soon as practicable at strategic points within Mirror Park, Ocean Reef, and Sir James McCusker Park, Aluka, designating the areas where e-ridables, that is e-scooters, e-bikes, are permitted to be ridden and where e-ridables are not to be used. It is paramount that the City put public safety as its top priority and to demonstrate same to the residents and ratepayers of North Central Ward. It is my strong contention that such visible signage erected at strategic areas in our parks would give the public a much needed and heightened sense of safety, whilst enabling them to remind any offender, whether intentional or not, of the visible signage directing e-ridable riders where the City permits them to ride their e-ridable and where it does not. I feel certain that quite a number of electors here present would have observed on numerous occasions riders on e-scooters and e-bikes racing across the grassed areas at our parks at unacceptable speeds, or gathering in groups where riders take turns to simply speed for a stretch of a few metres. I know I have. This practice is not acceptable on the grassed areas where families with preschool-age children and those of junior primary school age would feel very much intimidated because their safe picnic or recreational spaces are being intruded upon and thus no longer safe. I myself experienced a very unpleasant incident at Mirror Park on 30 December 2025. It involved 2 high school aged youths parking their e-ridables on the grassed area near where I was seated. They then proceeded to engage in antisocial behaviour towards myself.
Thank you, Ms. Schroeder.
Thank you.
Thank you. And L. Brandt, who is the seconder. Would you like to come forward? Sorry? You don't have anything to add? That's all right, thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion? Thank you. The man at the front.
Hello, Elijah Vose, 3 Penner Place, Joondalup. Now, do we really think that some signs will really deter people on e-ridables from riding on the grassed areas that are being described? Well, isn't it better that these people on e-ridables are doing it on the grass rather than on the roads, as I've observed many times? I think this is a little bit pointless, as it's not going to deter anything, and it'll just be a waste of money for the council to put up signs. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to speak for the motion? Yes, the man in the yellow shirt.
John Burton, 11A Rosneys Terrace, Kinross. With respect, the signage won't stop the hoons. What it does do is creates boundaries. These bikes should really be made illegal, as they're motorised vehicles, should be insured and treated as motorised vehicles rather than toys. So people at the park should be able to feel safe, and the signage, I think, would be a very good idea. It's a start.
Thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion? Thank you. Mr. Norman.
Hi, Michael Norman at Stockdale Avenue, Sorrento. The issue here really is the illegal devices that are out there. As I mentioned earlier, I ride an e-bike. I'm no danger to anybody. However, there are e-bikes and e-scooters whizzing around at 40, 50, 60k. They're illegal. They should never have been allowed into the country. Bikes have been modified. The kits that allow that modification should never have been allowed into this country. They're not only a danger in parks, they're danger on the bike paths and blind corners and everything coming around the wrong side. So the problem here really is the illegal e-ridables. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to speak for the motion? Anyone further? In that case, Ms. Schroeder, would you like to come forward to conclude? You'll have 2 minutes.
So for me, the issue is e-ridables not on our grassed areas. Our parks, the grass was never intended for what we've got today, e-ridables. It was intended for families, for the general public to enjoy recreational activity, picnics, etc., and not have to think about worrying about if an e-ridable was going to come speeding past their personal space. So, in my view, it is only those few in our communities who might choose to deliberately ignore signage, but for the majority of our responsible e-ridable riders, I believe appropriately worded signage would act as a helpful guide to say, these are the designated areas already laid out, not on grassed areas. So, in conclusion, and in the interest of the safety of residents and ratepayers in the City of Joondalup, could I please urge electors here present to vote in support of my motion? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now vote on motion 10. Could I have a show of hands in those in favour of the motion? Thank you. And those against? Thank you. In that case, the motion is carried. We'll move to motion 11. Mr. Lewis, would you like to come forward?
Chris Lewis, 9 Kalani Heights, Callaroo.
I've put this Mr. Mayor, I've put this motion forward to the electors meeting as the original decision made by council was made without community consultation, made without thorough investigation, and is an outcome that the community does not want, which can be evidenced from earlier this evening, the lively discussion at the North Shore Association AGM and the petitions council has received. This motion is not to do a nothing or a NIMBY approach, rather review, do what's more appropriate and formalise it. If a roundabout is needed to enhance vehicle movement at North Shore Avenue, then construct it. If a right-hand turn to improve safety is necessary into the existing car park, consider it. But what is abundantly clear, given the classification of the road and the amount of traffic volume, a 20-metre road widening with an 8-metre median strip for the whole length of the road is extreme and unnecessary. Callaroo and North Shore Drive forms part of Perth's fantastic coastal drive, one that supports great vistas and both natural reserves and green spaces. The North Shore Drive green space, whilst a mix of redundant road reserve and public open space, is well used as a recreational area. Why take that green space away that people use daily for a wide median strip that adds no public value? Mr. Mayor, at a previous meeting on another planning proposal, you stated words to the effect that the previous planning may not support the current way spaces are used. This is the case with North Shore Drive. It was proposed to be an extension of West Coast Highway. That's not eventuated. Let's correct the situation, put in place a more relevant planning outcome and a space that the future generation can enjoy.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Ms. Lewis, if you'd like to come forward.
Joanne Lewis, 9 Kalani Heights in Callaroo. Mr Mayor and Council, I second motion 11 regarding North Shore roadworks and respectfully request Council instruct administration to provide an alternative plan to the single proposal tabled in 2023. The City has advised the design is to match the coastal boulevard aesthetic of Whitfords Avenue, a Distributor A road that carries twice the volume of traffic. At 20 metres wide with 8 metre medium, we believe this is excessive. Removal of trees is contrary to environmental protection strategies, encroaches on public amenity, diminishes community character and creates a drag strip more likely to encourage speeding rather than improving safety. The City has also claimed that the current plan will support future traffic demand. This is a Distributor B road connecting to another Distributor B road at Oceanside Promenade. The treatment of these two roads should be congruent because demand doesn't just stop when it reaches Mullaloo Drive. The planned car park on the eastern side adds cost for ratepayers, apparently meant for beach that is neither patrolled nor supplied with public facilities. We would ask this is also reconsidered and suggest instead that attendees to the country club use the existing car park and cross the road as needed. The current scope of works will eat into the Callaroo grass strip used by hundreds of residents for informal sport and recreation. This long flat strip that identifies Callaroo is used daily by so many and not just Callaroo residents and will impact runners, dog walkers, cyclists and pedestrians. Every ratepayer in this room understands the importance of comparing quotes before committing to expenditure. We are simply asking that Council be provided with the opportunity to do the same in the interest of better planning outcomes for North Shore Drive and the community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion? No? In that case, Mr. Lewis, would you like to come forward and conclude if you have anything further?
I will just quickly, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just to be clear, what we're seeking to do is revoke the decision that was made by Council that had no public consultation, put in place a statutory process that not only allows public consultation, but then formalises the decisions that come out of it. And in particular, because we're obviously looking at minimising road reserve, and therefore, or minimising road pavement, therefore minimising the need for the existing road reserve, so the balance of that land then can be moved into public open space. Thank you.
Thank you. In that case, we'll go to a vote on motion 11. Could I have a show of hands on those in favour of motion 11? Thank you. And those against? Thank you. In that case, motion 11 passes. We'll then move to motion 12. Mr. Sideris. And do you have a seconder for your motion? Thank you, Ms. Hewitt.
Prior to making a statement on the motion, and in fairness to the motion, Mr. Mayor, I have a visual disability and I'd appreciate it if you'd read the motion out on my behalf.
Yes, that's fine. Motion 12 reads that the electors of the City of Joondalup request the Council instructs the City, in line with the City's core values of transparency and accountability, that all reports that the Chief Executive Officer considers to be confidential, in whole or in part, shall only remain confidential until that report is considered by Council. Following Council's consideration of the confidential report, Council is to 1. Determine that the report is to remain confidential, in whole or in part, for a period of time as determined by Council and for the reasons determined by Council. Point 2. Make available any report determined under point 1 after a period of no greater than 5 years, so that it becomes freely accessible to ratepayers and the public upon written request to the City. Point 3. Release the report in full, such that it is no longer considered confidential, whole or in part.
Thank you. It's in structuring this, the motion, the intent of the motion is obviously to deal with confidential reports by the CEO. Currently, the CEO, when he declares an item confidential, it remains confidential. It was surprising to listen that in early January, the federal government released cabinet decisions. They were held confidential for 25 years. Decisions that are made confidential by the CEO are still confidential forever. There's no time limit. So looking at how to address the issue, I looked at the city's values. The city's 2 key values, that's core values. That's core values for all of us. Transparency and accountability. You can't have something that's transparent that you can't get. You can't have something that's accountable if we can't see it as ratepayers. So what I've decided in the motion, I've structured it so that all items are confidential until they're dealt with by this chamber. I've got no problems with that. In state government, when I worked for the state government, sure, you dealt with confidential tenders and things like that, but once that tender had been assessed and reviewed and a decision made, the decision was made public. The reason it was made public was so that this person that came second or third, when they wanted to tender again, they knew what they had to do. You can't do that if it's held confidential. So what I've put and structured in this motion is the intent that Council makes a decision. If it considers some item to be confidential forever, so be it. But if what I've suggested is that...
Thank you, Mr. Sideris. Your time's concluded.
Sure.
Thank you. I received a number of looks around the timer, and at that point, I thought I should explain that the time for me reading out the motion for Mr. Sideris was not included, given that he has a visual disability. It's reasonable as a member of the community if he wishes to have the member presiding in the meeting read out a motion, just so he can have clarification that that is the motion he intends to move. So, as I said, that shouldn't be included in his time. So that's why the light would have been red for a longer period of time. Moving then to the seconder of the motion. You don't wish to speak? Thank you. Anybody wishing to speak against the motion? Thank you. Mr. Sideris, would you like to conclude or not? Thank you.
Thank you. For the explanation, just so that the chamber and the people listening, I'm blind. So when I say I can't read it, I can't read it. And to do the motion fairness, that's why it was read out. Thank you. I hope you all consider it properly, including steps 2 and 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sideris. In that case, we'll move to a vote on motion 12. Could I have a show of hands of those in favour? Thank you. And those against? Thank you. And motion 12 is carried. Moving to motion 13. Mr. Moore, would you like to come forward?
Mike Moore, 31 Quarry Ramble in Edgewater. The motion is about what's called Joondalup Edge, which is the area adjacent to the Edgewater train station. It sort of runs from Ocean Reef Road up to the reserve at the top end, and it's bound by the freeway and by Joondalup Drive. At the moment, under the Joondalup Activity Centre plan, it allows buildings of a minimum height of 20.5 metres, so 6 to 7 storeys, to an unlimited height. When the Warwick Quarter proposal came up, there was considerable community agitation about the height of the apartment blocks that were proposed. There was also disquiet amongst some of the elected members about the height that was proposed. That was an area that had a lot of amenity. It had a shopping centre, had community buildings, good public transport, buses and whatever, close to a park. This area adjacent to Edgewater train station has none of those. And the problem with the Joondalup Activity Centre plan is it talks about TOD, transit-oriented development, live, work and play, but it only prescribes living. There is nothing in there that requires any improvement or adding of any amenity to that area. It is a potential planning disaster.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Mr. Dickey as the seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Martin Dickey, 6 Ferndean Mews, Hillary's. The Joondalup Activity Centre Plan area shows the area around Edgewater Station to be a long tail between the freeway and Joondalup Drive. Its status is pretty much expressed by its name, Joondalup Edge. You know, it's not anywhere, it's an edge between places, and it really could be a place supported by or working around the railway station. The density that it's presently allowed is RAC 0, which is huge. You can get a lot of houses onto a piece of land there, and a maximum of 20 metres high, a minimum of 20 metres high for each building, and there's no maximum. The general development standards require lots of at least 2,000 square metres, which makes subdivision very inflexible. You can't have smaller lots, you can't have lots that are smaller than that. The precinct development standards aren't very out of the ordinary, and really it looks like an appendage to Joondalup city centre, because there is nothing that is really transport oriented or particular to that site. And changing its status to allow it to be, or taking it out of the Joondalup Centre activity plan would rectify a lot of these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dickey. Is there anyone against the motion? Mr. Moore, would you like to close?
If apartment buildings of the heights that were proposed at the Warwick Quarter were so wrong, then the same applies to the Joondalup Edge area around Edgewater train station. When I say that there's nothing in the Joondalup Activity Centre plan that requires any amenity to be added, I should say. There's no requirements for a pocket park. There's no requirements to add any shops. There's no requirements to provide improved pedestrian sort of circulation or whatever, other than saying improve it across Joondalup Drive. Joondalup Drive already carries a very heavy traffic load. The only way you could improve getting across it is by adding traffic lights, and I think that's unlikely to happen. What I'm suggesting in the motion is that there be some sensible height limits put in so that it is the same as the other Metronet train precincts that have been prescribed by the state government. Why should this one have an unlimited height? If anybody thinks that this is going to be an area where people are going to choose to live, to buy apartments and whatever, with the traffic noise from the freeway and the railway line, they're kidding themselves. It's going to become an area of rentals. It's likely to become an area that becomes social problems, particularly if there's no added amenity to it. The area actually needs to be replanned, but at the least there needs to be some limit put on what can be built there. Otherwise, at the moment it's an invitation to developers to come in and do their worst.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. We'll now vote on motion 13. Could I have a show of hands of those in favour? Thank you. And those against? Thank you, and the motion is carried. We'll move to motion 14 from Ms. Jamieson. Mr. Jamieson, sorry.
Ian Jamieson, 16 Melandy Court, Woodvale. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors. This motion this evening for me asks the council to instruct the city to install a cocky trough within the city of Joondalup in 2026, building upon last year's installation in Hepburn Heights. Carnabies and Baldwin black cockatoos are listed as endangered under federal legislation and are considered likely to become extinct in the wild by the Western Australian government. With increasingly hot summers in the Perth-Peel region, access to reliable water has become an important factor in reducing heat stress for these birds. Cocky troughs are purpose-built designed water stations originally developed by the town of Victoria Park and are now used across multiple metropolitan local governments. This city already has experience with this approach with the installation last year. The motion provides for site selection to concur with BirdLife WA's Black Cockatoo Coordinator, focusing on locations near known roosting or feeding areas and away from high traffic or high use spaces. The proposal aligns with the Biodiversity Conservation Act of 2016 and represents a modest, scalable action that builds upon existing city practices. I respectfully recommend Council support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Maxt, if you'd like to come forward.
Thank you very much. Tanya Maxted, 16 Marlandy Court, Woodvale. Seconding the motion, we've had a large number of families move into the area with the new breeding hollows that have been installed in Yallagonga recently, and there's a lot of work being done by a lot of volunteers both to create habitat for these birds and also breeding hollows, and they are being successful. And so we are getting them move into the suburbs, and I actually saw a local resident ratepayer crying under a tree in our local park quite recently because she'd never seen a whole flock of red-tailed black cockatoos before, and she was quite overcome by the beauty of the whole moment. And so it would be great to be able to support more of these in our local area. And so I hope you can support this. And it was great that Councillor John Chester got the first one installed, and it would be great to see these throughout the city. That it's not only cockatoos that use these. There's about, I think, 6 or 8 different species of bird that can benefit. But obviously the cockatoos are the ones that everyone is very keen to assist. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone against the motion? No? In that case, Mr. Jamieson, do you wish to? Thank you. In that case, we'll move to a vote on item 14. Could I have a show of hands of those in favour? Thank you. And those against? Thank you. In that case, item 14 is carried. We'll move to motion 15. Ms. Maxt, if you'd like to come forward.
Thank you. Tanya Maxted, 16 Marlandy Court, Woodvale. So I've asked for at least 100 marri trees to be planted in 2026 because we're way under what we need in terms of tree canopy for the city of Joondalup. And the Gascoigne Park is one area that has a lot of mixed woodland and areas that could ideally be developed because of the reticulation there. And the red-tailed black cockatoos have now taken up residence in Yellowgonga, thanks to the breeding hollows, and I believe there's another one going in soon. And so to look at just for this year alone, because I think every year we should be doubling the amount of trees that we're putting in, and specifically really good habitat trees, to support the species. And so asking for at least 20 new marri trees in Gascoigne Park, because we're getting a lot of foraging, binge eating because they're starving, and then rapidly thinning marri. So at least 20 in Gascoigne Park, 20 in new ones in Chichester Park, because we have a lot of dead and failing marri trees there. And I didn't know whether it's DCBA or City of Joondalup along Timberlane Drive. There's a gap there as well. But yes, that would be really great if we could support this population, and also to look at doubling our tree canopy over time. So just this for 2026, and then obviously there will be more asks beyond that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jamieson is the seconder. Do you wish to add anything? No? Thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion? Mr. Norman.
It's really just a point of Michael Norman, 8 Stockdale Avenue, Sorrento. It's really just a point of warning that my understanding is both marri and jarrah trees don't like alkaline reticulation. Where they are in reticulated parks, they suffer from chloritic decline. I think it's a manganese deficiency that it occurs due to the alkalinity of the bore water. So if we are going to plant more marri trees, which I support, of course, it would have to be in non-reticulated areas, well mulched, to provide cool ground for them. But my understanding is that trees do decline in reticulated areas. It might be the reason for the decline in some of the parks that have been mentioned. I haven't personally seen them. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone wishing to speak in support of the motion? In that case, Ms. Max, would you like to close?
Yes, thank you. Tanya Maxted, 16 Marlandy Court, Woodvale. Yes, so in Gascoigne Park there are woodland areas which have been created in a mix with other species, and so I think that's been the success. They have looked at areas of the park, and that's been managed very well. So I think it can be managed. And obviously we've got tree experts in the City of Joondalup who would be able to help with that. But looking at identifying, there are many benefits. We want to reduce the urban heat island effect, create more amenity, creating more leafy green. We have a lot of photographers come into Gascoigne Park, specifically around the marri trees. They provide a lot of enjoyment for the kids who are loving to see the birds as well, and improve air quality, support biodiversity and ecological resilience. We have microbats in Gascoigne Park and a lot of owls as well. So it's not just for the cockatoos. There is a lot of other wildlife supported, and it just makes for a beautiful environment for people to enjoy. And the kids have, you know, like a little secret garden there. Gascoyne Park is a real tribute to the Palm Society and to the City of Joondalup, that partnership, and the great work that the landscapers and the workmen do to maintain it. So very grateful for what you've done, and wanting to build on the success that City of Joondalup have created there. So I hope it can be considered for 2026. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll now vote on motion 15. Could I have a show of hands of those in favour of the motion? Thank you. And those against? And the motion is carried. We'll move to motion 16. Ms. Gould.
Good evening. Bettina Gould, 12 Shoalwater Parkway, Iluka. So my notice of motion here is public notification and reporting of conference, training and advocacy events. So this motion focuses on transparency in terms of publicly funded conferences, training and advocacy events attended by elected members. So these activities are valuable and appropriate and provide elected members the opportunity to expand their knowledge base and network on behalf of the city. However, as these events are funded in whole or part by us ratepayers, it's reasonable for us, the community, to have visibility both prior to and after the occurrence of such events. So this motion proposes two simple measures: a public declaration of intent prior to the occurrence of the event, outlining purpose, estimated cost and anticipated benefits, and a written report made available to the public by the elected member after the event, outlining purpose, final cost and benefits. Under the current policy, reporting requirements may be met either verbally or in writing. While that may satisfy internal process, the verbal reporting does not provide the broader community access to the information, nor does it allow for consistent public record keeping. This does not create a new burden. In many cases, reports already exist. This motion simply ensures accessibility to the public without the need for formal information requests. Importantly, this level of openness also supports and protects you councillors. When information is clear and available, it reduces the risk to council and the community of unfounded assumptions or negative perceptions as to why the event was necessary or undertaken. So transparency builds trust. It reassures the community that public funds are being used responsibly and wisely, and provides you, the elected members, a clear opportunity to demonstrate the value of your work in the community. I encourage everyone here to support this motion as a practical, fair and respectful approach to good governance. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, would you like to second the motion?
David Smith, 3 Kingston Heath Court, Connolly. Mr. Mayor, good evening. In the interests of time, I'll be very, very brief indeed. I think the motion and the statement made was articulated very well. And I think that it's important for us to recognise that early on in this meeting, there was a discussion about the budget deficit that we have in the city. Now, I think that what we are proposing here is transparency, but as a policy. And I think that we talk about accountability, transparency, and of course, visibility. But the other important thing, I think, is inclusion. And by inclusion, I'm talking about ratepayers whose money is being spent by the council. By inclusion, I mean that they have visibility of how this money is being spent. At the present moment, I think most people feel excluded from the process as a consequence of the policies, and that is what we're calling for change. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak against the motion? In that case, Ms. Gould, do you have an option to conclude? Do you wish to? That's all. Thank you. We'll move to a vote on motion 16. All those in favour? Thank you. Those against? Thank you. And the motion is carried. We'll move to motion 17. Ms. O'Byrne. And do you have a second of the motion? Yes, you do. Thank you.
Mary O'Byrne, 123 Glencoe Kinross, and my seconder is Bettina Gould. Sorry, I'm just about to start. Mindarie Regional Council is composed of 7 participating local government member councils. It's constituted under the Local Government Act 1960 to provide landfill services to member councils under Section 3.61 of the Local Government Act. It is not required to hold elections for the electors of a district, which means that the people most affected by the orders are unable to vote for any member of the council directly. Residents have no right to ask for a special council meeting of the MRC to examine the environmental issues that really affect them, and they have no access to an elector's AGM. The landfill problems are the landfill and greenhouse gases exiting the site, entering homes, businesses, schools and daycares. The leachate contamination of groundwater and the aquifer beneath the site. The landfill is leachate supersaturated, putting immense hydrological pressure on the landfill liners where present. The MRC is virtually unaccountable to the local community most affected by the deficits. I'm asking for the City of Joondalup to look at instituting or helping with getting some kind of collaborative governance structures and procedures, even at this late stage, because the landfill started in 1991 and should be ending soon, but it's going on forever. We want to help to empower the local community and grow belief that the complex enviro problems will be resolved equitably. And I ask the electors to support my motion and lessen the disadvantage to the odour-afflicted communities living around the landfill. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Byrne. And Ms. Gould is the seconder.
Thank you. Bettina Gould, 12 Shoalwater Parkway. So I have a seconder statement here to read. The Local Government Amendment Act 2024 is about strengthening accountability, transparency and public confidence in governance. It recognises that lawful governance structures can still create distance between decision makers and the communities most affected by their decisions. So collaborative governance offers a model that includes community as a legitimate stakeholder, not just as consultees after decisions are already advanced. It recognises the need for fairness for communities who live daily with the impacts of decisions made beyond their reach. So this motion is not about blame or conflict. It's about better systems, better engagement and better long-term outcomes for communities and councils alike. So for that reason, I'm seconding this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gould. Does anyone wish to speak against the motion? In that case, Ms. O'Byrne, would you like to close? It's optional. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Collaborative governance allows for engagement of the whole ecosystem in decision-making to achieve a shared goal. This ecosystem includes community, citizen leaders, people with lived experience, government leaders, local, state and federal. The objective to create relevant solutions and lasting positive impacts for communities. 5 of the 7 councils' elected members are quarantined electorally from the landfill negatives. As the leader of one of these member councils explained to me recently, their council had a fiduciary responsibility to their ratepayers, not to us, and the us being the stinky landfill-afflicted residents living close by the landfill operation. I appreciate this openness, and it's the driver behind this request for consultative change. I hope, basically, I would like to say that the City of Joondalup representatives, the Wanneroo elected representatives on the MRC, are supportive of the community, but it's hard otherwise, and I'm not making a negative, I'm talking to reality. It's hard to see that the other elected members are not supporting the stinky affected community. The community welcomes any help from the City of Joondalup to encourage the Mindarie Regional Council for more openness and transparency outreach to all of the community members, but in particular to the odour-afflicted community members living local to the landfill. We are aware there has to be a separation between council and CEO roles, and that the City of Joondalup is only a part of the whole council. But this concept of partnership would open the door to improvement for the community with a more amenable governance framework, if that became available
Thank
to
you,
us.
Ms.
Thank
O'Byrne.
you.
Your time's
Thank you.
concluded. Thank you. We'll then vote on motion 17. Could I have those all in favour of the motion? And those against? In that case, motion 17 passes. We'll move to motion 18, Ms. McCoy.
Sonia McCall, 55 Sherrington Road.
Sorry, just before we continue to have a seconder.
It was my husband, but he's stuck in the Pilbara, so Michelle's going to do that for me.
Okay, Ms. Kwok.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Thank you.
Okay, good evening, Mr Mayor, elected members, city staff. Thank you for the opportunity. This may seem like a very strange motion, probably a little bit disorganised and a bit ill-prepared, but please just kind of hang with me and bear with me for my train of thought. Obviously, as with many residents, I was shocked that as much as $90,000 of ratepayers' money was required for an extraordinary election to replace just one councillor who resigned mid-term. There was a comment made by the outgoing councillor that the new council wasn't a good fit for him anymore. There was also a motion put, I think it was at the end of last year, sorry, I should be more accurate, but it sort of suggested that some councillors thought that they were not being spoken to or about fairly and asking for legal representation. So, and then finally the final straw was my husband coming home from work telling me that he had heard 2 other councillors were planning on quitting. So, look, I've been involved in council meetings long enough to know that there's a lot of work behind the scenes, trolling through mountains of paperwork, reading. Maybe it's not the position that people wanted when they first put their hands up to represent residents. No judgment. There's no way I would sit where you're sitting. The last election was an eye-opener for me. But I suppose what I'm saying is if we can save another $90,000 by getting it all done at the same time, then that makes a lot of sense. I don't know what we do to prevent this in the future. I don't know what you do to not drop another $90,000 if somebody doesn't finish their stint. But yeah, that's, sorry, I felt like it had to be said. Thank you.
Thank you, and Ms. Kwok is the seconder, I think it was.
Michelle Kwok, 15 Crevable Ocean Reef. As someone who attended all council meetings for the last 7 years, I noticed not every elected member managed to read the agenda, and some are not paying attention when questions and statements or deputations
Ms.
are made.
Kwok, I'm just going to have to ask you to withdraw reflecting on elected members.
Yeah, okay, sure.
Yep, you can withdraw those statements.
Indeed, I will carry on.
Thank you.
I withdraw the other bit. We expect councillors to listen and act in our best interest. Sometimes I feel disappointed about their behaviour. Our North Central Ward councillor who has resigned said he was not a good fit with a new council. I feel that whoever felt the same way, it's their chance to do the right thing and leave the position to someone who wants to do a better job and listen to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion? Yes, Ms. North at the back.
Hi. Look, while I have no problems with elected members being accountable, I think we must recognise that...
Sorry, Ms. North, just before you can... Yeah, I need your
Sue,
name and
Sue
address.
North, 47 Parkwood Avenue, Woodvale.
Thank you. Sorry, you may continue.
I think elected members should be accountable, but I also think we need to acknowledge that the vast majority are and do an extremely difficult job well. This motion worries me because I think if I was sitting in their seats and I received this sort of advice, I'd really question whether it's something that I want to do anymore. I think we need to respect the work that elected members do. By all means, make them accountable, and I'm the first one to acknowledge that the situation that's resulted in the current the vacancy is unfortunate, and I don't think we can then draw these sorts of conclusions. I really don't. And there can be speculation about councillors, but I think we need to work on the facts, and the facts that I've seen in the last few years when I've been attending council meetings is that elected members do an extremely difficult job very well and give a lot of themselves to the work, and not just at these meetings, but in the community generally.
Thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to speak for the motion? Thank you. Ms. Byrne at the back.
Mary O'Byrne, 123 Glencoe Loop, Kinross. I'm speaking for the motion because I actually think it's a very interesting and it's actually a very interesting opportunity for any councillor to have a look at this as a means of examining conscience and have a look at what they're doing themselves, whether the role suits them. It may not suit them, and it may be time to go, and not, it's just something. I actually think this is really interesting and stimulating and useful tool that the councillors could use. And it actually makes people more in their elected role, more accountable to the community if they know that they need to go and they go. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Byrne. Anyone against the motion? In that case, Ms. McCall, would you like to close?
Yes, hi. I wasn't going to, but I just need to clarify. I wasn't, and I don't know where this came from, maybe because I'm not very well prepared, but I never at any point said that I thought councillors weren't doing the job that they were supposed to be doing. I heard things, and if we're going to spend $90,000, which we really don't have, I'm just suggesting that if other people are thinking about going because I have heard things, they should do it. That was all I was saying. I wasn't having a dig at anybody. I wasn't saying anyone didn't do their job. That was not my intention. And next time I stand here, I'll be a lot better prepared and have bigger words and stuff. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. McCall. We'll then move to a vote on motion 18. Could I have a show of hands of those in favour? And those against? In that case, the motion passes. We'll move to motion 19, Ms. Kwok.
Michelle Kwok, 15 Gravel Ocean Reef. Council decision to support the notice of motion tabled in November 2022 was a knee-jerk reaction in response to a fatal accident due to dangerous, irresponsible driving behaviour from a young driver who has measurable level of drug and alcohol in his system. This can happen anywhere at any time. A roundabout will not address the issue, as a junction on North Shore Avenue, North Shore Drive is not dangerous to start with. It's certainly not an accident black spot. It's not even where the tragic accident took place. It is not on the priority list according to RAC or main roads. In fact, it's the 121 most dangerous intersection within the city itself. This is a complete abuse of the system. This wasteful spending has to stop. It's time to act responsibly.
Councillor, sorry. You're going to have to withdraw some of those comments about wasteful expenditure and some of the others.
Okay, whatever you like.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, we need more than just a comment, whatever. If you could
Okay.
just,
So
you need to just, if you
I
can say that you
withdraw-
withdraw and apologise for the
I
comments.
withdraw and apologise.
Thank you.
It's time to act responsibly. This decision in June 2023 was supported by the last council. Since then, we have 6 new councillors and a new mayor. The decision needs to be revoked, and the $1.95 million black spot funding can be redirected to where is needed. Upgrade and high priority traffic black spot locations such as dangerous junctions along Marmain Ave, Ocean Reef Road and Joondalup Drive are well overdue. Council can actually save lives by getting the priority right. There are viable alternative solutions that do not require deep civil work, such as installing an 8-metre wide median strip or a roundabout. It will achieve exactly the same safety outcome without significant cost to ratepayers. Let's hear these ideas from the seconder. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kwok. And Mr. Hadfield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. David Hatfield, 7 Waverton Court, Callaroo. I ask that the Council defer construction of a roundabout and slip road at North Shore Drive, Callaroo, and instead assess audio tactical profile roads, ATP, markings, or transverse rumble strips, TRS, as an alternative safety treatment. From a traffic engineering perspective, the issue at the location is approach speed and driver behaviour, not traffic volume or intersection capacity. Existing conditions do not meet warrant thresholds for a roundabout, and the inclusion of a slip lane into the car park may increase operating speeds and introduce additional conflict points, i.e. road traffic will still have to cross the road traffic heading north. ATPs and TRSs markings are well-established speed management devices that provide audible and tactile feedback, resulting in reduced approach speeds and improved driver alertness. These treatments address human factor risks without altering intersection geometry, thereby improving safety for vehicles, cyclists and pedestrians. They can be installed within the existing road reserve with minimal design drainage or service impacts and can be implemented quickly and trialled using before and after speed data. Also for consideration, a green strip across the entrance to the car park with perhaps a 60-kilometre speed limit along this stretch of road. Importantly, the death of Andrew Hutchison, a mate of mine who I used to ride with, was caused by an inattentive speeding driver with drugs in his system. And that was 280 metres away from the proposed roundabout. Not at this so-called black spot, 280 metres away. From a cost-benefit perspective, ATP's TRS treatments involved significantly lower
Mr.
capital
Hadfield.
and... Thank you.
Sorry, your time's expired.
That's okay.
Thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion? No? In that case, Ms. Kwok, would you like to close? Thank you. In that case, we'll go to a vote on motion 19. Could I have a show of hands of those in favour? Those against? Thank you, and the motion is carried. We'll move to motion 20. Ms. Hewitt. Yep.
Thank you. Beth Hewitt for Woodview Court, Edgewater. Last year we spoke here of the problems of foxes and we were advised eventually that there would be increased support in Yellowgonga. Unfortunately, foxes exist in the suburbs and in the bushland and parks and on the foreshore within Joondalup. One of the delights of working as a volunteer for Mullaloo community is planting out the dunes and witnessing the quenda come out to see what we are doing. Seeing their little footprints in the sand is always a thrill. But last winter, I didn't see any. I did see fox droppings. As I understand, it is the city gets in control in spring, often after the fox cubs are born. Miss just one and you have an adult by next spring. Unfortunately, to become an adult, it has to eat quenda, turtles and anything else it can catch all year. We need to be proactive and have measures and constantly vigilant on eradicating these feral animals from our natural areas as a priority. Year-round management is essential. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hewitt. Mr. Sideris is the seconder.
Yeah, Mr. Sideris Mullu. I'm also the chair of the Mullu Community Inc. We've been working on the Mullu dunes since 2000. Recently, and by recently I mean the last 10 years, we've seen wildlife improve, the habitat improve, and along comes the foxes and we've managed to get rid of the rabbits and reduce foxes. In the last couple of years, we've actually reported a sighting of fox scats, and we're told by our natural areas team, show us where the den is. And we say they're active in the area. We're then told, sorry, you have to wait till spring. Spring comes along, sorry, we don't have the money. And I do know that this sentiment on the coastal reserve is also felt by the other two main groups, and in particular the Friends of North Ocean Reef and Iluka and Sorrento Marmion. It's not good enough to just say we'll come along once a year and do something to deal with foxes, and it's not good enough to ask for the community to constantly contribute their volunteering time to rebuild the habitat and improve the sustainability of the coastal reserve. Give us just a little bit more money. Make it available. Why? Because it's part of your charter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sideris. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion? No? Ms. Hewitt, do you wish to? No, thank you. In that case, we'll go to a vote. Motion 20, all those in favour of the motion? Thank you. And those against? Thank you. The motion carries. We'll go to motion 21, Ms. Apps.
Suzanne Apps, 11 Pennant Place, Woodvale. This motion requests the City to prepare precinct plans in accordance with State Planning Policy 7.2, precinct plans designs for all activity centres with the City of Joondalup to ensure that the future development of these activity centres are consistent with city planning objectives and planning is orderly. Look, in simple terms, this motion is about making sure that the community isn't left to the mercy of developers when it comes to shaping the future of our local centres. Developers are driven by return on investment, and whilst that's understandable, it can lead to outcomes that don't benefit the community, and in some cases create problems that are costly to the community and to the city, or even impossible to fix later. This isn't about stopping development, it's about making sure proper and orderly planning occurs with a community focus. This isn't the first time this concern has been raised. A similar motion was brought at last year's AGM, but I don't believe anything's been done yet. I hope the council can supercharge the city to get this basic plan activity completed so developers don't take advantage of the void, which we have recently seen occur with Warwick Quarter.
Thank you, Ms. Apps. Ms. McCall.
Sonia McCaw, 55 Sherrington Road in Greenwood. There's not much more to say. Suzanne has said it. I'm still suffering PTSD from the fact that the proponent has gone to SAT with the Warwick Quarter, even though it was voted down unanimously. And I do recall that Mr. Moore last year, I'm sure there were multiple motions that were sort of hinting towards the city being a bit more proactive with structure plans. And I do wonder, they were carried, they were tabled. I do wonder if where they are and if something had been done about them back then, where we might be with Warwick Quarter today. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against? No, in that case, Ms. Apps, do you wish to close? Thank you. We'll vote on motion 21. Could I have a show of hands of those in favour? Thank you. And those against? Thank you. The motion is carried. We'll move to motion 22. Mr. Sideris, do you have a seconder? Thank you. Well, Ms. Hewitt as the seconder.
Yeah, Mitch Sedaris, Post Drive, Molly. Yes, please. Can you please read out the motion?
Yep.
And just for the record, yes, I'm blind. I can't read, but I can see in the peripheral vision.
Thank you. For your benefit, Mr. Sideris, the motion reads that the electors of the City of Joondalup request that Council instructs the City, in line with the City's core values of transparency and accountability and recognising the significant number of reports being presented to Council meetings, to 1, increase the number of written questions that may be submitted prior to the meeting, and 2, increase the number of verbal questions able to be asked at a meeting of Council.
Thank you. It just lines up with the core visions of this city. The responsibility I put on the council is that you decide how many extra questions are deserved. The number of agenda items have increased significantly, and just give us due respect by also giving us an opportunity to ask additional questions. Comes down to the core values again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sideris. Ms. Hewitt, do you wish to speak? Thank you. Anyone against the motion? Thank you. Yes, come forward. And just your name and address for the record again.
Elijah Vose, 3 Pedder Place, Joondalup. First of all, I think that if we were allowed to ask more than 2 questions at a time, that would greatly slow down meetings. And I think 3 hours is already more than long enough. And I think, it's, if people are allowed to ask too many questions at one time, it doesn't give, other people who are waiting to ask questions opportunity. And, I think the current system is good as is and doesn't need changing. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak for the motion? Thank you, Ms. Kwok.
Michelle Kwok, 15 Crowell Ocean Reef. Public question time, you're allowed 2 verbal questions per person, 15 minutes for public question time with the option to extend twice, 10 minutes each. So 35 minutes in total. I have never seen that being fully subscribed. I have experienced extension time that council voted to support that, usually, but I have not seen it being fully subscribed. So given that statement time is only 15 minutes and that has no ability to extend public statement time, I think it is good to actually have more questions being, electors being being able to ask more questions during public question time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kwok. Does anyone wish to speak against? Yes, Ms. North.
Sue North, 47 Parkwood Avenue, Woodvale. I'd like to endorse the statements given by the previous person who spoke against the motion. I too think that 2 questions, verbal questions, is a good amount. I take the point that question time isn't always fully subscribed, but I think when we talk about trying to involve more people in local government, it's actually good for people to be able to come along and see that there is an opportunity to ask questions. I don't think it always needs to be fully subscribed. And I also think it's good to see a variety of different people giving statements and asking questions. Again, it encourages the perception that it is open to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak for the motion? Ms. O'Byrne.
Mary O'Byrne, 123 Glencoe Loop, Kinross. I'd like to speak for the motion. I like the way this meeting has progressed tonight. It's been, I think I've been about 10 years hammering on the door of Joondalup, but this has been the most enjoyable meeting, and I really appreciate the fact that we're able to come backwards and forwards and make our points and be listened to and heard, and if that can happen as well with the ordinary questions and online questions and get more community involvement, then thank you. But thank you for tonight as well.
Thank you, Ms. O'Byrne. Does anyone further wish to speak against the motion? Mr. Moore.
Mike Moore, 31 Quarry Ramble, Edgewater. I think you need to be careful with this motion because it could open up Pandora's box and sort of have people ask frivolous questions. There's quite a few in the community who are asking that the city be more efficient. They should apply that standard to themselves as well. They need to organise themselves and make sure the questions that they ask are good questions, not just go on ad infinitum asking nonsense questions. 5 written questions at a council meeting, I think, is enough. 2 verbal questions at a council meeting, I think, is also enough. People also have the opportunity to ask questions at briefing sessions about agenda items. This thing could leave you councillors here, meetings going regularly past midnight. I don't think anybody wants that. As I said, the people asking for this need to apply the same standard that they're asking of the city to themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Is there anyone who wishes to speak for the motion? In that case, I will ask Mr. Sideris to close.
Thank you. I think the confusion with the people of comparing performance at tonight's meeting, which is a special meeting, it's an electors meeting, and they can drag on a bit. But I'm talking about the motions directed at your normal council meetings. If you get an agenda and it's got, let's say, 30 items on it, when you put in 5 written questions, you haven't addressed every item. You might have more than just 5. The motion doesn't say make it infinite. It probably used to be. Matter of fact, I think it was. And then it was reduced to probably 10. But when you're looking at a large item agenda, then there should be an opportunity for us as ratepayers to comply with the vision of this city. It's make it transparent and accountable. If you don't do that, then you're not, which means your vision is worthless. And that's all. Thank you. Oh, it's got nothing to do with statement time.
Mr. Sideris, yeah. Thank you. In that case, we'll go for a vote on motion 22. Could I have a vote of those in favour? I think let's count this one. And those against? In that case, the motion passes. Thank you. We'll move to the next motion on tonight's agenda, which is number 23. Ms. Hewitt.
Beth Hewitt, still living in Edgewater. As I understand it, Project Axiom has so far cost nearly $7 million to provide a core system for the council. Many would not understand what that means. Indeed, I do not, and I work in finance and administration for a large construction business. We have 139 councils in WA and many more around the country. Do they each go out on a limb and redesign the wheel as individuals, or is there a reliable standard that the industry uses for their core systems? One that doesn't cost an arm and a leg and take many years to achieve. I believe the city has core values of being transparent and accountable, And here is an opportunity for a report that would help achieve this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hewitt. Is there anyone, oh sorry, we'll go to the seconder. Mr. Hewitt, do you wish to speak? No, thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion? No. Ms. Hewitt, do you wish to close? No, thank you. In that case, we'll vote on motion 23. Could I have those in favour? Thank you. Those against? And the motion is carried. Move to motion 24, Mr. Moore.
Mike Moore, 31 Quarry Ramble in Edgewater. Joondalup Edge again. The first motion that I put this evening was about sort of doing something to prevent a bad outcome occurring around the Edgewater train station. This motion is about producing a better outcome with the planning around the Edgewater train station. The problem with the current Joondalup Activity Centre plan is that it's basically just a plan for development. It's not a plan for creating community. It's not a plan for creating good design. It's open-ended. The whole crux of the argument with Warwick Quarter was that there was no structure plan and there needed to be a structure plan. Well, in this case, we actually do have a structure plan. It's just not a very good structure plan because it's so open-ended. It allows the developer to do whatever it wants and the city cannot refuse it because if they come along and say they want 25-storey apartment blocks, the city has to approve it because that's what the structure plan says. If they say they want 30-storey high apartment blocks, same deal. It has to be approved. The Joondalup Activity Centre plan was always optimistic in terms of the development. They haven't been met. It's tired, it's past its use-by date. It needs to be renewed. But it needs to be renewed in a way that concentrates on good planning, community planning. By doing a precinct plan for that area, that is exactly what we could get. And more importantly, we can prevent a bad outcome from occurring. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Mr. Dickey, do you wish to speak?
Martin Dickey, 6 Ferndean Mews, Hillaries. Yes, I think a precinct plan would be the answer for this part of the city. This is from the policy outcomes of State Planning Policy 7.2, Design of the Built Environment. Development within precincts integrates landscape design that enhances sustainability outcomes and contributes to community well-being. Built form, height and massing is responsive to the existing built form, topography, key views and landmarks. Buildings are suited to their purpose, contribute positively to the character of the public realm and provide good amenity at ground level. The precinct design facilitates development that meets the needs and expectations of the community and provides for change over time. Required services infrastructure is integrated in a manner that mitigates amenity impacts. Development considers the intended full life cycle and is robust, resilient, aware, and easy to maintain over time. The precinct design provides for places that are easy to navigate with clear connections, good lines of sight to clear locations, and a logical, intuitive layout. If we can achieve all that, we'll be doing very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dickey. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion? No? Mr. Moore, do you want to take up the option of closing?
Yes, please. Look, if we want our city to reach its full potential, then we need good planning. We need planning that concentrates more on creating good communities and making better communities. The problem is we've had a lot of planning in the past that's been little more than paint by numbers on maps. We need planning for people. We need less planning for development. And unfortunately, a large part of the Joondalup Activity Centre plan is just planning for development, as with the HOAs. Is it too much to ask that we try and stop problems occurring, be proactive for a change? And yes, good planning does cost money. It does take time. But the choice is yours as councillors as to whether you're willing to actually allocate some money to get good planning. That's better, surely, than sort of hand-wringing and platitudes about we couldn't do anything after the event when bad planning occurs, as with Warwick Quarter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. We'll then go to a vote on motion 24. Could I have those all in favour of the motion? Thank you. And those against? And the motion is carried. Moving then to motion 25, Ms. Gould.
Bettina Gould, 12 Shoalwater Parkway, Iluka. So this motion calls for a comprehensive review of the elected members' entitlement policy, including conference and advocacy attendance, approval processes, elected members' dinners, and clarity in terms of eligibility criteria. Entitlements are funded by ratepayers and intended to support elected members to carry out their roles efficiently and effectively. The current policy provides for conferences, travel, hospitality, and elected members' dinners, much of which is approved through delegated authority. Notwithstanding the existence of numerical limits, many categories remain broad, and decisions and results are largely out of public view. Ratepayers fund these entitlements. It is reasonable to expect that approval criteria is clear and consistent, discretionary categories are well defined, and the level of entitlement reflects current community expectations, better management of funds and expenditure, and recognition of cost of living pressures. This motion does not seek to prevent legitimate professional development or appropriate civic engagement. It asks that the policy provide for better and improved definitions, reduce entitlements where appropriate, including the number of elected members' dinners, and clearly demonstrate value to the community. Importantly, a well-defined and transparent policy does not only benefit the public, it also protects elected members. Clear criteria and better definitions reduce the risk of misunderstanding, speculation, and ambiguity as to how entitlements are used. Public trust matters by asserting accountability, improving definitions where appropriate, and public recording the outcomes of this review. Council will demonstrate leadership, accountability, financial restraint, and respect for the community it serves.
Thank you, Ms. Gould.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith is the seconder. Thank you, Mr. Smith. In that case, does anyone wish to speak against the motion? No? Ms. Gould, do you want to take up the option of concluding? No? Thank you. In that case, we'll vote on motion 25. Could I have a show of hands of those in favour? Thank you. Those against? Thank you. And the motion is carried. I'll move to motion 26, Ms. Hewitt.
Beth Hewitt of Edgewater. This motion is in relation to a report for the councillors for the Major Projects and Finance Committee. I've put this motion in because during the discussions around the 2025 Annual General Report, the deficit in the asset management funding was highlighted, some $140 million. One officer's comment struck me, that the city's administration had been busy working on grants and grant-funded projects and basically hadn't had the manpower to look into the asset management. I think the council would greatly benefit from knowing through the committee what is happening in this space of grants and grant funding. It would allow us, those in the council, to make clear and informed decisions about the direction of the city's work and efforts. And maybe if they'd had this information, they may have noticed the assets were not being managed to the optimum a bit earlier. It's always nice to get a grant, to get something for our community that the ratepayers have not had to pay for. But often these grants are not for the full and true cost of the idea being promoted, and the city is left putting up for more than it bargained for. Again, this is information to hand would assist the council in keeping an eye on the process and ensuring the city doesn't focus just on the shiny baubles, but sees the long-term impact of not maintaining its core assets. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hewitt. Mr. Sideris, as the seconder, do you wish to speak?
Yeah, Mr. Sideris Malu. Grants. I've applied for quite a number of grants. And it's interesting to note that the City of Joondalup in 2022 applied for a grant from NEMA, that's the National Emergency Management Authority. It was for protecting coastal infrastructure. Total value, I think, was $900,000 from the federal government, $300,000 from the state government. Even under FOI, nobody wants to disclose how that money is being spent. I think it's appropriate that us as ratepayers know exactly how the city's getting its money and know exactly how the city's spending its money. I think the appropriate idea is to submit it before the appropriate committee of the City of Joondalup so us as ratepayers can all be fully informed. Unfortunately, it lines up with the, guess what? It's the city vision, transparency and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sideris. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion? No, in that case, Ms. Hewitt, do you wish to take up the option? No? Thank you. In that case, we'll vote on motion 26. Could I have a show of hands of those in favour? Thank you. Those against? Thank you. And the motion is carried. We'll move to motion 27, Ms. Apps.
As this motion reads, it's to initiate an amendment of the local planning scheme to create a distinct use in the development class of massage parlour, allocate appropriate permissible coding to ensure that only legitimate businesses providing medical, therapeutic and health-related massage services are able to operate within mixed-use and commercial zones. It also states that the City of Belmont amended its local planning scheme in 2022 to address this planning consideration. So it demonstrates that it is already both lawful and practical. It also asked you to acknowledge that the City of Joondalup current plan does not place specific restrictions on massage parlours, nor provides a mechanism to assess the true nature of these businesses, resulting in businesses that do not provide medical, health-related services operating within local shopping centres. This motion arises due to the increasing presence of businesses masquerading as legitimate medical, therapeutic and health-related massage services within local shopping centres. I'm sure Council would agree that businesses offering sexual services are not appropriate within residential, retail or commercial areas, particularly where they are co-located near childcare centres, schools and other places frequented by unescorted children and adolescents. This concern is not hypothetical. It is currently evident in a number of cases. One within Woodvale. I won't give you the address. The City of Belmont has taken proactive action by amending its local planning scheme to ensure that massage parlour applications are properly assessed and that only legitimate massage parlours are granted approval. I look forward to the City's report on this matter.
Thank you, Ms. Apps. Ms. Hewitt? No? Thank you. Ms. Apps, do you wish to take up the...
Yes, I would
conclude
actually...
quickly?
Sorry?
Oh, sorry, go on.
I would point out that I've actually spent the last 4 years trying to get action on a particular site in Woodvale. I've spoken to the local member who's paid no attention. I've actually brought it to the City of Joondalup's attention.
Point of order, that's an adverse reflection and untrue.
Sorry?
Sorry, Ms Apps, I'll deal with the point of order. What specifically is the point of order under the meeting procedures?
Ms Apps said that I had paid no attention and done nothing. I have sent a number of emails to police.
Sorry, I didn't even mention your name.
Sorry, Ms Apps, this is not your point of order to deal with.
She said her local member, so that means it's either Chris or I. So for
I said
myself,
local federal member, federal state member, the MLA.
did you?
I think you're referring to the state MLA.
I'll withdraw.
Yeah. Ms Apps, I would ask you, though, not to interrupt dealing with points of order. You're not presiding over the meeting. So,
I apologise.
and I'd ask you also to be more cautious about when you refer to members. I think it's reasonable if an elected member has concerns about whether you are referring to a council member or someone else. So if you refer to an elected member, the local member, I think it's probably best you either are clear about who it is. But I think even then, I do think you should be cautious about naming individuals, or if you have a business that you suspect is operating outside of their license, that you don't want to find yourself in trouble either. So I just give you a warning there for you to, if you want to proceed.
I was just going to ask that the city take this seriously. It is occurring within the city of Joondalup. Unfortunately, WA is the only state that doesn't licence brothels, so this is why this approach is necessary. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Ms Apps. In that case, we will vote on motion 27. Could I have a show of hands of those in favour of the motion? Thank you, and those against? In that case, the motion is carried. We'll move then to motion 28, Mr Sideris. And sorry, Mr Sideris, you'll need a seconder. Ms Hewitt, thank you.
Thank you. This time I will not ask you to read out the motion. I'll expect everybody to look up at their screens and read them. I can't. All I want to do is show some respect to all people that want to attend. I'm not the only one that can sit in the gallery and complain they can't read what's on the screen. There's technology available today that will read it out for you if you don't want to do it. All I'm saying is consider inclusion, consider the motion. I don't even know what I wrote. I know what it's about. And also consider your responsibility under the Disability Discrimination Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Sideris. Ms Hewitt is the seconder. No, thank you. Does anyone wish to speak against? In that case, Mr Sideris, thank you. In that case, we'll vote on motion 28. Could I have a show of hands, those in favour? Thank you. Those against? And the motion is carried. Moving to motion 29, Ms Hewitt.
Beth Hewitt, still of Edgewater. And again, speaking about Ocean Reef Road. Over 50,000 truck and car movements already occur on Ocean Reef Road every day. With the progress on development of the East Wanneroo precinct, there will be many more using the road. Tradies, delivery drivers and ultimately residents will all need a way to go to and from the freeway, and that way will be across Ocean Reef Road. Already we can get stuck in a queue that starts at Hartman Drive, Wangara, and remain in it until we reach Edgewater. The smart money during peak hour is then passing Edgewater Drive intersection and going through to the Joondalup Drive lights to turn into Edgewater at Treetop Avenue. But unfortunately, not all drivers are aware of this route and try their luck getting through the few second gap created by the traffic lights at Joondalup Drive. Sometimes, despite the danger, people turning right out of Edgewater try their hand at going ahead of the traffic that's trying to turn in. There are daily near misses during peak periods with these impatient drivers. There is also no safe pedestrian crossing at the intersection of Ocean Reef Road and Edgewater Drive, or indeed Ocean Reef Road and Trappist Drive, even though there are traffic lights there. Children walking to school, riding their bikes or scooters in either direction do not have a safe crossing point between the suburbs. Increased traffic only increases the risk for all on the road. Please work with the main roads to come up with a sensible approach to these two intersections. This is a true black spot that does not require the city's efforts to, it requires the city's efforts to be directed towards the solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hewitt. Ms. Apps.
Just to concur with Ms. Hewitt about Ocean Reef Road, as I mentioned earlier in regards to Woodvale Drive, the ever-increasing development of East Wanneroo District, which will have eventually 120 to 150,000 dwellings. They will to head toward the city. They will come down onto Nangara, then onto Ocean Reef Road. They will then head towards Mitchell Freeway. It will be a long time before there will be the additional road that is meant to go from Nangara up to Yanchep. That will be 20, 30 years away. So I urge the city to work with main roads to reduce the traffic that we are experiencing. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against? No, Ms. Hewitt, do you wish to close? Thank you. In that case, we'll vote on motion 29. Could I have a show of hands of those in favour? Thank you. Those against? Thank you, and the motion is carried. We'll move to motion 30. Ms. Hewitt.
Thank you, Beth Hewitt, still in Edgewater. Lakeview Contemplation Garden. As a volunteer in the garden and a member of the committee, I know that the members have volunteered many thousands of hours in total, planting over 450 WA native species and creating a serene and beautiful place in our suburb. I've seen firsthand the increase in animal life in the garden. Lizards, insects, arachnids and bird life have all moved in thanks to the efforts of our volunteers. We have planted species that will, as they grow, become foraging sources for the endangered black cockatoos. These birds like to drink from shallow water sources, and a coffee trough would be ideal for this location. Other birds would also enjoy the benefit of a fresh water source. The city has, through our MOU, agreed to provide water into our tanks. However, it has not been a reliable and regular source, with deliveries often ad hoc. We have often run dry and waited lengthy periods for the next load. In winter, we are able to get water supplied, but we have no need for it. In summer, we can't call in on this unused allocation and must rely just on the set amount provided. Sometimes the weather works against us and is not enough. Intense heat means we have to water the young plants, but that tank will not be refilled before the next intense period. Having access to mains water would also significantly reduce the time needed to water the garden. At the moment, the trickle of water from the tank means it takes at least 5 hours to give a drink to the plants. Not many volunteers can do the whole job in one sitting, so we must work diligently to ensure that we don't overwater some plants and neglect others. Ultimately, it is our goal that the mini ecosystem within the park will mature and watering the plants will not be necessary at the scale it currently is.
Thank you, Ms. Hewitt. Your time's concluded.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kwok is the seconder. Do you wish to speak?
Michelle Kwok, Crawford Ocean Reef. I'm also a volunteer and a committee member of Lakeview Contemplation Garden, despite I don't live in Edgewater. I have seen how much this garden has grown and developed since June 2024. We were removing Guildford grass and couch on bare soil then. We have invested many hours transforming it into a beautiful garden, and by November 2024, we had an official opening, with the garden gradually taking shape. This garden is well loved by local residents. Whenever we have a busy bee, people will turn up and contribute a couple of hours of their time, whether it's weeding, mulching, planting, or putting a gravel path in. Lack of water in warm weather has always been an issue for the garden. During monthly committee meetings, often we hear that water deliveries did not happen or have been delayed. Despite these are native plants, their first year require adequate hydration for proper development. We have new plants in the lower part of the garden from 2025. Reliable water source is needed. There are occasions where we have to borrow the garden hose from the neighborhood because of failed water deliveries. It's unfair to overburden volunteers and local residents when water delivery service is unreliable. If the city has difficulties keeping the side of the bargain as per the MOU, then it's time to make new practical arrangement. I urge everyone to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kwok. Is anyone wanting to speak against the motion? In that case, no. Ms. Hewitt, do you wish to close? Thank you again. In that case, we will vote on motion number 30. Could I have a show of hands of those in favour? Thank you. Those against? Thank you, and the motion is closed. Now to the last motion of tonight, motion number 31 from V. Dolce.
Hello everyone, I'm Valerie Ducey of
Ducey.
5 Mullion Street, Mullaloo.
I apologise.
That's all right, there's no problem. I'm here to talk about Whitford's Dog Beach, Hillary's Animal Exercise Beach. It's a catastrophe down there. The dunes are collapsing, they're blowing away. There is so much that I could tell you about this beach, but there isn't the time in 2 minutes. If we could ask for the council to please take a longer look at Whitford's Dog Beach, with particular emphasis on the paths. I think the paths are one of the reasons that the dunes are just disappearing. The paths are out of date. They can't carry the footfall that is on the beach every weekend. The paths that were covered up by previous sand movement are re-emerging because the sand is just gone. There is a potential for the ocean to reach the car park. I've got a few ideas where it will breach first. If that could be looked at. Sorry, I've left my notes at work and I'm running on memory here. We'd like to identify some conservation measures for the beach, particularly sand trapping, revegetation, beach nourishment, and most of all, the path protections, because I think it's the paths that are causing a huge contribution to the dunes disappearing. If there is an alternative for a dog beach in our city, let's find out where that could be, if you could look into that. Thank you.
Thank you. And as the seconder, we had C. Ducci.
Oh, we did, but now we have Mitch.
Mr. Sideris. Thank you. Mr. Sideris is the seconder.
Yeah, Mitch Sideris, Mullaloo. I will be quick. Val is an avid beach goer. She goes down to the dog beach and reports back regularly the various issues down there. And some of those I present to this council in questions, be it the removal of vegetation on dunes to widen paths or restructure paths, or be it digging, 45 cubic metres of sand out at the base of a dune and then watching that dune collapse. I think the issues that Val raises are quite valid, and I encourage not the members in the gallery to support it, but I also encourage council to take an interest. It's our beaches, and without that love and care, you're going to lose them. And we all know it's happening at Penaroo Point and the Dog Beach. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sideris. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against? No? Ms. Ducci, do you wish to close? No? Thank you very much. In that case, we'll vote on motion 31. Could I have a show of hands of those in favour? Thank you. Those against? And I declare 31 carried. In accordance with the procedures which I approved for this meeting, I'm going to disallow further motions from the floor, given it's gotten quite late into the evening. And so that was announced as a possibility if that occurred. In that case, we'll then move to closing tonight's meeting. I wanted to say thank you to everyone for attending. Thank you for being patient with all the procedural matters. Of course, sometimes, things carry on a little bit longer than they need to, but thank you for that. So with no further discussion, this concludes the AGM of Electors meeting. All the motions carried this evening will be referred to a future council meeting, which may be likely either the 24th of February or the 24th of March. There being no further business, I hereby declare the meeting closed at 10:26 p.m. Thank you. Thank you for your attendance.